Imagine standing on the edge of a vast timeline, stretching back tens of thousands of years. We are taught that civilization, as we know it, began only recently, that human beings wandered in small tribes until around 5,000 years ago, when the first cities rose in Mesopotamia and Egypt. But what if that story is incomplete? What if the world we inherited is only the final chapter, a much older, much grander narrative? What if ancient civilizations were not isolated, primitive cultures, developing knowledge slowly and independently, but instead nodes of a vast network, sharing ideas, technologies, beliefs, and possibly even a unified global identity? This question is not just academic. It changes everything. It challenges our sense of who we are and where we come from. It forces us to reconsider human history not as a slow crawl from ignorance to enlightenment, but as a cycle, a rise, a golden age, a fall, and a forgetting, and scattered across the earth, from the mountains of Peru to the deserts of Egypt, from the jungles of Cambodia to the islands of the Pacific. There are massive stone structures, encoded myths, and impossible engineering feats that don't fit neatly into the official timeline. Cultures separated by oceans and continents somehow built pyramids with precise geometry. They aligned their monuments with stars and solstices, using identical mathematical principles. They told the same stories of sky gods descending from the heavens, of catastrophic floods that wiped out earlier worlds, of golden ages in which humanity lived in harmony with forces greater than themselves. These patterns do not appear random. They appear intentional, interconnected, as though there was once a single source of knowledge, a source now largely lost to time. Yet, whenever we ask how such similarities emerge, the standard explanations fall short. We are told that civilizations simply arrive at identical solutions by coincidence, that without communication, without travel, without shared technology, cultures around the world just happen to carve stones the same way, orient temples the same way, honor the same cosmic cycles, and encode the same myths. And we are told to accept this because it fits the narrative that history must progress in a straight line, simple to complex, never acknowledging the possibility of fall, a reset, or a forgotten era of global sophistication. But curiosity is stronger than conformity. When we look deeper, cracks appear in the official timeline. Megalithic structures far older than Egypt or Mesopotamia exist, like Göbekli Tepe, which dates back more than 12,000 years. Before agriculture, before writing, before supposedly advanced society was even possible. And yet, it was built with astronomical precision, intricate carvings, and organized labor. The more we uncover, the more the standard story begins to look like a fragment, a memory of a memory, instead of the whole truth. This documentary asks a question that defies the boundaries of traditional archaeology. Were ancient civilizations part of a single global network? A network that shared ideas, technologies, and sacred knowledge across oceans long before recorded history acknowledges human navigation. A network guided by an understanding of astronomy and architecture that rivals, and in some ways surpasses, our own. A network that may have risen to extraordinary heights, only to be shattered by a planetary catastrophe, leaving humanity to rebuild from scattered survivors who remembered only fragments. This question is not just about stones and ruins. It is about identity. If ancient civilizations were connected, then humanity is far older and far more unified than we are taught. The divisions we see today, nations, races, religions, are recent inventions. Beneath them may lie a shared heritage that the world has forgotten, and this forgetting may not be accidental. Throughout history, knowledge has been guarded by priesthoods, by empires, by secret societies, by those who recognize that power flows from information. When cultures fall, libraries burn, oral traditions fade, and sacred teachings splinter. But not everything was lost. Some clues remained, encoded in myth, in stone and geometry, in alignment to the stars. In the next chapters, we will follow these clues across continents. We will compare ancient temples, language roots, trade artifacts, genetic patterns, mythological themes, and astronomical alignments. We will examine discoveries that mainstream narratives dismiss as anomalies, and we will confront a controversial but unavoidable possibility. Humanity may once have belonged to a civilization far older and more advanced than we have been told, a civilization that spanned oceans and shaped cultures long before our history books began. This is not about replacing one theory with another. It is about widening the frame through which we see our past, and recognizing that history may not be a ladder, but a spiral. What follows is not fiction. It is evidence. Architectural, linguistic, astronomical, mythological, and geological, pointing toward a lost chapter of human history, waiting to be remembered. And once seen, it cannot be unseen. Shall we begin? To understand why the idea of a global ancient network is considered controversial, we first need to examine the version of history most of us were taught. According to the mainstream academic narrative, human civilization developed slowly and independently in scattered regions around the world. The timeline is presented as a clean, logical progression. Primitive hunter-gatherers eventually learned to farm. Farming led to permanent settlements. Settlements led to cities. Cities led to writing. And from writing came governments, religions, mathematics, architecture, and eventually the modern world. In this story, each region of the earth follows its own linear path, separated by geographical distance and limited technology. This version of history is neat. It is organized. It is comforting in its simplicity, but it is also incomplete. We are told that the cradle of civilization lies in Mesopotamia, where around 5,000 years ago, humans supposedly made their first great leap into cultural complexity. Egypt, we are taught, emerged shortly afterward, followed by the Indus Valley, then China, then Mesoamerica. These civilizations, according to textbooks, developed writing systems, architecture, and astronomical knowledge independently, with little to no contact between them. Any similarities between cultures, whether in pyramid building, shared mythological themes, or architectural techniques, are attributed to coincidence, or to the idea that humans everywhere just think similarly. But this model of history was not created through an unbiased gathering of evidence. It is rooted in assumptions that date back to colonial-era archaeology, when Western scholars shaped human history in a way that placed Europe at the forefront of progress and positioned all other civilizations as behind or less advanced. This mindset encouraged a belief in linear development, where knowledge only ever moves forward, never backward. It discouraged the possibility that older, more sophisticated civilizations may have existed before the accepted beginning of history. The narrative also relies heavily on the absence of evidence, but absence is not proof. Much of the Earth's ancient coastline is now underwater due to sea level rise after the last ice age. Entire regions where early civilizations may have existed are now beneath hundreds of meters of ocean. The historical record we base our conclusions on is incomplete by default, yet we treat it as if it were absolute. Another issue is that archaeology depends on what survives. Stone lasts, paper does not. Metal corrodes, oral traditions fade, and time is not kind to memory. A civilization could have achieved remarkable sophistication and still leave behind only fragments. And when those fragments contradict the official timeline, they are often dismissed rather than investigated. There is also the problem of academic specialization. Historians study texts, archaeologists study artifacts, geologists study rocks, linguists study language. But ancient history requires a synthesis of all of these perspectives. Yet, academic fields rarely collaborate deeply. The result is a fragmented understanding of the past, where each discipline sees only part of the picture. So when we are taught that ancient civilizations emerged independently, we are not being shown a proven reality. We are being shown a hypothesis that became tradition, a framework built to organize knowledge, not necessarily to explain it. However, cracks in this framework become more obvious the deeper we look. Why do so many ancient structures, oceans apart, share the same precise methods of stone fitting, the same astronomical alignments, the same geometric proportions? Why do cultures with no known contact describe a universe in the same symbolic language? The world tree, the serpent, the sky gods descending, the great deluge that resets the world. Why do ancient myths describe cycles of civilization rising and falling, rather than a single continuous forward trajectory? If civilizations developed on their own, these parallels should be rare. Instead, they're everywhere. Mainstream history explains these similarities by proposing convergent cultural evolution, the idea that humans simply arrived at the same ideas by coincidence. But coincidence cannot explain architectural blueprints encoded in mathematical constants. It cannot explain shared astronomical precision. It cannot explain identical flood myths appearing across hundreds of unrelated societies. At some point, coincidence becomes statistically impossible. There is also the uncomfortable reality that when evidence challenges the accepted timeline, it is often ignored, downplayed, or discredited. Archaeologists who propose earlier dates or cross-cultural contact are frequently attacked professionally, not debated scientifically. Careers have been destroyed for suggesting that human history is older, more complex, or more connected than textbooks allow. This is not how open inquiry behaves. This is how institutions protect dogma. But why would institutions resist changing the historical narrative? Because history is not just information. It is identity. It shapes how cultures see themselves. It influences power structures, national stories, academic authority, and religious worldviews. If it were proven that ancient civilizations once shared a global network, then no single culture could claim to be the origin of modern civilization. The idea of progress itself would have to be redefined, not as a straight line upward, but as a cycle of growth and collapse. And that is a frightening idea. It suggests we are not the pinnacle of history. We are simply the most recent chapter. The standard story of civilization is incomplete because it assumes that history can only move in one direction. Yet geological records, mythological traditions, and archaeological anomalies all point to the same truth. There have been resets, moments when humanity's accumulated knowledge was disrupted, scattered, or lost. In these moments, survivors would have sought to rebuild, carrying fragments of memory, techniques, and stories from a world that no longer existed. This is where our investigation begins. To challenge the official version of history does not mean rejecting science. It means asking deeper questions, looking at the evidence with fresh eyes, and allowing the past to reveal itself rather than forcing it to conform to pre-existing narratives. It means recognizing that the earth itself holds memory, in stones, in alignments, in ruins we are only beginning to understand. And once we allow for the possibility that the story of civilization is longer, richer, and more interconnected than we were taught, a new pattern begins to emerge, one that points to a shared heritage, a unified ancient world, and perhaps even a golden age humanity has forgotten. The question is not whether such a civilization existed. The question is, can we recognize its remnants today? When we look at the official story of ancient history, everything appears orderly, progressive, and logical. Yet scattered throughout the world are discoveries that do not fit this clean narrative. These are the outliers, the ruins, artifacts, dates, and cultural patterns that contradict the accepted timeline. They're the discoveries that scholars acknowledge, but quickly move past. The ones that museums display without explanation. The ones that textbooks mention only briefly, if at all, usually followed by the phrase the purpose of the structure is unknown or this artifact remains unexplained. But unexplained does not mean unimportant. In many cases, it means inconvenient. These outliers challenge the belief that civilization develops slowly and independently. They hint instead at sudden leaps, unexpected surges of knowledge, skill, and organization. They imply that something or someone transmitted advanced understanding long before history officially began. Let us consider a few key examples. In Bolivia, at the site of Pumapunku, enormous stone blocks weighing 80 to 100 tons each have been carved with machine-like precision, featuring right angles, interlocking joints, and drill holes so clean that even advanced modern tools struggle to replicate them. And yet, according to mainstream archaeology, these stones were shaped by people using handheld copper chisels and stone hammers. No quarry has been found. No tools remain. No gradual developmental phase exists to show how such precision was learned. The technology appears fully formed, then disappears. Moving to Egypt, the Great Pyramid at Giza continues to defy traditional explanation. It is not simply a tomb, because no bodies were found in it, and its design differs radically from known burial structures. Its construction aligns perfectly with cardinal directions. Its dimensions encode mathematical constants, such as pi and the golden ratio, and its internal passageways align with specific star constellations. Yet we are told it is a result of trial and error by a single culture working in isolation. There is no evidence of experimentation, no rough prototypes. The greatest engineering achievement of ancient Egypt appears at the very beginning of its civilization, not the end. In Turkey, Göbekli Tepe stands even older, over 12,000 years old, predating agriculture, pottery, and cities. Massive stone circles filled with elaborate animal carvings were constructed by people who were supposedly nomadic hunter-gatherers. According to the official narrative, these people lacked the organization, surplus food supply, and specialized labor needed to build such a site. And yet, Göbekli Tepe exists. Its builders had astronomical knowledge, artistic expression, and architectural planning long before we are told such things were possible. These are not isolated anomalies. They form a pattern of high sophistication emerging suddenly, without evolutionary buildup. Artifacts also raise questions. In India, the ancient city of Mohenjo-daro shows evidence of extreme heat, possibly from an explosion hotter than any natural fire. In Colombia, small gold figurines resemble modern aircraft more than birds or insects. In Peru, elongated skulls with increased cranial volume suggest a genetic variant rather than ritual shaping. In Mexico, obsidian tools were crafted sharper than surgical steel. These discoveries are not conveniently spaced across time as a gradual development. They appear in clusters. They appear abruptly, and then they vanish. The question is, why? The official explanation is that these cultures simply developed inventive techniques and artistic expressions before losing them due to cultural shifts or collapse. But this explanation avoids a real issue, that many of these advancements require pre-existing knowledge. One does not accidentally calculate astronomical precession. One does not randomly discover high-precision masonry without first developing the tools for measurement and alignment. One does not build megalithic cities without a mathematical system, labor structure, and conceptual framework. Knowledge does not simply appear. And yet, in the story we're given, it does, repeatedly. When we step back and look at these anomalies as part of a larger picture, a different narrative emerges. Instead of isolated civilizations climbing the ladder of development independently, we see remnants of a once shared system, like pieces of a puzzle scattered across the planet. The reason so many of these ancient achievements appear suddenly and fully formed may be because they did not originate in the cultures where they were found. They may have been inherited, fragments of a much older legacy passed down from a forgotten age. This is where the mainstream narrative grows quiet. There are scholars who acknowledge the anomalies, but they do so cautiously, using language designed to sound objective while avoiding the implications. They will say, "We cannot yet explain how this was done," rather than, "Our model of history may be incorrect." Because to openly question the foundational timeline is to challenge centuries of academic authority. But the truth does not require permission. As more evidence surfaces, the gaps in the official story widen. Satellite imagery reveals ancient road systems beneath deserts. Ground-penetrating radar detects submerged cities along former coastlines. DNA studies show unexpected genetic mixing between populations that were supposedly isolated for millennia. Mythology, once dismissed as fantasy, now appears to be coded memory, a way for ancient peoples to carry history through collapse. The anomalies no longer sit at the edges of history. They now form the center of a new picture, a picture in which humanity is older, more connected, more advanced, and more cyclical. The ruins we see today may not represent the dawn of civilization. They may represent its rebuilding. This is why these outliers matter. Not because they are mysterious, but because they force us to reconsider everything we think we know. They suggest that civilizations do not rise slowly from ignorance. They rise quickly when knowledge is inherited, and fall quickly when that knowledge is lost. And so, the question begins to sharpen. If ancient civilizations did not create their knowledge independently, then where or from whom did they get it? As we move forward, we will examine the structures, alignments, symbols, and maps that may hold the answer, evidence that ancient cultures were part of something larger, something global, something now forgotten. The past is speaking. The question is whether we are ready to listen. Across the surface of the earth, scattered like silent markers of forgotten age, stand massive stone monuments known as megaliths. These structures, some temples, some observatories, some ceremonial complexes, share features so precise and so similar that they seem to follow a single architectural blueprint. Even though they exist on different continents, created by cultures with no recorded contact. Their presence raises a profound question. How did civilizations separated by oceans and vast distances create such similar designs, using similar construction methods, often aligned to the same stars and celestial events? The conventional explanation is that ancient peoples simply experimented over time until they figured out the techniques needed to cut, shape, transport, and align massive stones. Yet this explanation breaks down when examined closely, because the earliest examples of megalithic architecture are often the most sophisticated. In other words, the knowledge appears at the beginning, not at the end. There is no experimental phase, no rough prototypes, no gradual improvement. The engineering mastery appears suddenly fully developed. Consider Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, Stonehenge in England, Tiwanaku in Bolivia, the Moai of Easter Island, and the stone terraces of Sacsayhuaman in Peru. These sites are separated by oceans by thousands of miles, and by cultures with no documented link. Yet they share striking features. Stones weighing tens of hundreds of tons, fitted so precisely that a razor blade cannot pass between them, orientation of solstices and equinoxes, symbolic carvings of animals, deities, and celestial beings, and layouts aligned to sacred geometry. Göbekli Tepe is the oldest known megalithic site, dating back more than 12,000 years, twice as old as Stonehenge. It features massive T-shaped pillars arranged in circular enclosures, each carved with intricate depictions of animals. Foxes, snakes, cranes, lions, symbols later echoed in mythologies across the ancient world. The site was intentionally buried, as if to preserve it. Its builders were supposedly nomadic hunters, yet they constructed a site requiring complex organization and long-term planning. Nothing about this fits the traditional narrative. Stonehenge, on the other hand, is often portrayed as a simple arrangement of rocks. But when understood in its full context, it is part of a vast prehistoric complex aligned precisely with the midsummer sunrise and midwinter sunset. The stones were transported from quarries more than 150 miles away, some weighing over 20 tons. And Stonehenge is only one of many megalithic rings in Europe. Its design echoes patterns found in Karnak, Avebury, and Orkney. These were not isolated creations. They were part of a shared architectural tradition. In South America, the megaliths of Sacsayhuaman near Cusco are built from enormous limestone blocks, some weighing over 200 tons. The stones are fitted with such precision that no mortar was needed, and they have survived earthquakes that destroyed later, more modern structures. The same stonework appears at Ollantaytambo and Machu Picchu, showing a continuity of knowledge. Yet mainstream archaeology attributes all of this to the Inca, despite the Inca themselves telling Spanish chroniclers that they did not build these structures. They claim they inherited them. At Tiwanaku and nearby Pumapunku in Bolivia, the stonework reaches another level of complexity, with interlocking blocks shaped into precise geometric angles, channels, and holes that suggest machining rather than simple hammer carving. The blocks appear to be part of a modular system, designed to be assembled like components of a machine or architectural system. And yet, according to modern archaeology, the culture that built them lacked a wheel, metal tools capable of shaping stone, or a written language. The Moai statues of Easter Island add another puzzle. The island is one of the most remote on Earth, over 2,000 miles from the nearest continent. Yet its inhabitants created massive stone figures weighing up to 80 tons, using quarrying and transportation methods that remain debated to this day. More importantly, the stonework on Easter Island shares stylistic elements with Andean architecture, despite the oceanic separation. The story becomes even stranger when one considers the oral traditions of the island's people, which speak of a distant homeland, a place across the sea. One of the most compelling patterns shared across these sites is their orientation to celestial phenomena. Ancient builders across the world aligned their structures to solar solstices, lunar cycles, and specific constellations, especially Orion, Sirius, and the Pleiades. This suggests a shared system of astronomical observation, one sophisticated enough to track celestial movements over long periods of time. To understand the significance, consider what is required to align a structure to the solstice sunrise. One must observe the horizon over the course of a full year, noting the sun's movements and documenting the exact moment it reaches its northernmost or southernmost rising point. This requires stability, planning, record-keeping, knowledge of geometry, and a cultural system that values astronomical observation. Why did so many different cultures build monuments to the sky? The mainstream explanation is that ancient peoples were simply fascinated with celestial cycles. But fascination alone does not produce the engineering seen at these sites. The level of precision suggests purpose and possibly shared inheritance. The similarities in construction techniques are equally striking. Polygonal masonry, where stones of irregular shape are fitted together so tightly that no mortar is required, appears in both the Mediterranean and the Andes. This technique requires not only advanced stone masonry, but also an understanding of load distribution, stress absorption, and seismic resistance. It is not a beginner's method. It is a master technique. Yet there is no evidence of its gradual development in either region. Instead, the technique appears suddenly, is used for a period, then disappears. This pattern, sudden appearance, period of use, disappearance, suggests that the knowledge was introduced from an external source rather than developed independently. To deny the possibility of shared contact is to ignore the evidence in front of us. The Earth's oceans are not barriers. They are highways. Ancient peoples had boats long before history acknowledges deep-sea navigation. They had the skill, the motivation, and curiosity to explore. And if they traveled, they could share knowledge. Architectural, astronomical, symbolic. The megalithic sites of the world are not random or isolated achievements. They are fingerprints of civilization or civilizations, connected by a shared worldview, a shared science, and a shared legacy. The question is not whether these sites are connected. The question is how far the network extended and what happened to it. As we continue, we will explore the evidence that these megaliths are more than stones. They are messages left for the future. Messages that we are only now beginning to decode. When we examine ancient structures across the world, another recurring pattern emerges, a pattern that transcends culture, language, geography, and time. These monuments are not just built on random sites. They are aligned to the rising and setting of the sun during solstices and equinoxes, aligned to specific stars and constellations, aligned to cardinal directions with astonishing accuracy, often more precise than modern buildings constructed with advanced instruments. This raises a profound question. How did ancient civilizations, supposedly isolated and lacking sophisticated tools, achieve such precise astronomical alignment? And even more importantly, why did they all choose to align their structures in the first place? Take the Great Pyramid of Giza. Its sides are aligned almost perfectly to true north, with an error of only a fraction of a degree. Even today, establishing true north requires complex calculations or advanced equipment. Yet we are told the Egyptians, with basic surveying tools, accomplished this effortlessly. How? Why was such precision necessary for a tomb, if that was indeed its purpose? Then consider Stonehenge in England, which aligns perfectly with the midsummer sunrise and midwinter sunset. During these events, sunlight passes through the central axis of the stones as though the structure was designed as a massive astronomical instrument. Its builders tracked the sun's movement for generations, marking the slow shift of the horizon every day of the year until they understood the solar cycle in full. Across the globe in Cambodia, Angkor Wat is aligned not just to the solstice sun, but to the constellation Draco. Its layout mirrors the pattern of the constellation in the year 10,500 BCE. Long before the temple was supposedly built. This suggests either inherited astronomical knowledge stretching back thousands of years, or a reconstruction of something older. In Mexico, the temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza transforms into a living serpent during the equinox, when sunlight casts a ripple of triangular shadows down the side of the pyramid that appear to slither toward the carved head of the feathered serpent deity at its base. This is not natural coincidence. It is intentional stone and light engineering calculated to the exact day of the year. Such alignment is not symbolic decoration. It is technology. It demonstrates not only the ability to measure time, but to encode it into architecture. We see this again in the megalithic site of Nabta in Egypt, a stone circle older than Stonehenge. It marks the motion of the stars across thousands of years. It is not simply a calendar. It is a celestial map. It is a clock of the heavens. In Peru, the Intihuatana stone at Machu Picchu, often referred to as the hitching post of the sun, was designed so precisely that during equinoxes, the sun stands directly above it, casting no shadow. Ancient builders understood the Earth's position relative to the sun with remarkable detail. Across China, several pyramidal mounds are aligned to cardinal directions and celestial events. The Mayans aligned temples to Venus cycles, tracking its rising and disappearance with record precision. Aboriginal Australians carved star maps into stone tens of thousands of years ago, while Polynesian navigators charted star paths across the Pacific without compasses. These examples are not isolated. They form a vast pattern, a pattern of cultures across the world looking to the sky with advanced understanding. But why would they do this? Mainstream explanations claim that early societies used celestial alignment for agriculture, to know when a plant crops. While that is partly true, it fails to explain the scale, precision, and symbolic integration that we see. These are not simple clocks. They are cosmic systems. The level of astronomical accuracy in many of these structures reveals knowledge that takes centuries, even millennia, to observe and calculate. For example, tracking the precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of the Earth's rotational axis, requires observation over at least 72 years just to detect a shift of 1 degree. To understand a full cycle of 26,000 years would require either long-term record keeping over generations or knowledge inherited from an older civilization. Yet we see precession encoded in the myths, alignments, and symbols of Egypt, Sumer, India, the Maya, the Celts, and the Dogon of West Africa. It is not random. It is shared knowledge. If these cultures had no contact, how did they all know the same cosmic rhythms? The answer becomes clearer when we consider sacred geometry, another shared feature across ancient monuments. Ratios like 3 to 4 to 5 triangles, phi, pi, and the golden ratio appear repeatedly. They appear in temple layouts, pyramid angles, and the proportions of sacred cities. These are not intuitive numbers. They are the language of a system that was understood and transmitted intentionally. This points toward coordination, not coordination in the modern sense of telecommunication or digital networks, but a deeper form of shared knowledge rooted in observation, tradition, and mathematical understanding of the cosmos. This challenges the standard view of ancient humans as primitive and separated. Instead, it suggests they were part of tradition, possibly one that began before the last ice age, before rising seas erased coastal civilizations, before memory fractured into myth. And then there is the Earth grid. When we map ancient monuments across the globe, we find alignments not just of stars, but to each other. Many of the world's most significant ancient sites lie on repeating geometric patterns around the Earth's surface. Lines and intersections, sometimes referred to as ley lines or planetary energy networks. If this is coincidence, it would be extraordinary, but the consistency suggests intent or inherited knowledge of Earth's geometry. So the question becomes, who mapped the Earth this way? Who measured long-distance geodesic coordinates? Who understood the globe well enough to place monuments in alignment with one another? No known civilization from the accepted historical timeline fits this capability. Yet the evidence stands. What begins as a collection of archaeological puzzles becomes a message written in stone and sunlight, geometry, and stars. A message that says, someone before us understood the Earth, the sky, and the cosmic cycles far better than we currently do. A message that suggests we are not discovering new knowledge. We are recovering it. The deeper we go, the clearer the picture becomes. The question is not whether ancient civilizations were aligned, but whether they were aligned because they remember a time when humanity was united in purpose, understanding, and knowledge. And if that is true, then the ruins we study are not the beginning of civilization. They are the shadows of something far older. When we turn our focus to the myths and legends of ancient cultures, another layer of this global puzzle comes into view, a layer that is far more difficult to explain through coincidence. Across continents, civilizations that were supposedly isolated from each other share startlingly similar origin stories. These stories do not simply share vague ideas of creation or spirituality. They describe specific beings, specific events, and specific cycles of destruction and rebirth. And although the names change, the themes do not. In Mesoamerica, the Maya spoke of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, a civilizing god who brought knowledge, astronomy, and architecture before disappearing to the east, promising to return. In ancient Egypt, we find Osiris, a god-king who came from across the waters to teach agriculture, mathematics, and the building of monuments. In Sumer, the world's first documented civilization, the civilizing beings were known as the Anunnaki, who descended from the heavens and established order among early humans. Thousands of miles away in Polynesia, similar figures appear as the Tiki or Tangaroa, beings who arrive by boat from distant realms, teaching navigation and societal laws. In India, the Vedic texts describe the Devas, luminous beings who imparted knowledge of astronomy, time cycles, and sacred geometry. Among the Dogon tribe in Mali, there are stories of the Namo, amphibious teacher beings who came from the star Sirius and taught humans the structure of the cosmos, knowledge that modern science only confirmed in recent centuries. If these were isolated fables, we could dismiss them as imagination, but they are not isolated. They share identical roles. Teacher, architect, astronomer, lawgiver. They appear suddenly, without cultural evolution preceding them, and they always arrive after catastrophe, a flood, a fire, a dark age. This is where myth and archaeology begin to overlap. The ancient Indian text describes cycles of civilization lasting tens of thousands of years, rising and falling with changes in celestial alignment. The Maya long count calendar measures time in epochs of 5,125 years, with each epoch ending in a global transition event. The ancient Greeks wrote of Atlantis, a civilization that fell when hubris and imbalance brought destruction. The Andean cultures speak of lost ages when humanity was nearly wiped out and reborn. Chinese legends describe multiple world ages, divided by floods and cosmic realignments. The similarity is overwhelming. The world has ended before, and humanity has rebuilt from the ashes. Yet mainstream archaeology teaches a different story. Civilization began only 6,000 years ago with agriculture, but the myths say otherwise. They speak of civilizations that existed long, before the ones we know, civilizations wiped out by planetary-scale disasters. And, remarkably, geological evidence supports this. Around 12,800 years ago, the world experienced a sudden climate catastrophe known as the Younger Dryas. Temperatures dropped, ice returned, megafauna went extinct, sea levels rose rapidly, enough to submerge entire coastlines that were once habitable hubs of human society. If advanced civilizations had existed before this period, then their cities would now lie beneath the ocean, lost to time, which is exactly what researchers are beginning to discover. Off the coast of Japan at Yonaguni lies a massive underwater complex of terraces, steps, and platforms. Its structure is too precise to be natural. Off the coast of India, near Dwarka, divers discovered an ancient city with road systems and advanced planning, now submerged 120 feet below the sea. Off the coast of Cuba, sonar scans reveal massive geometric stone structures forming a sunken city across several square miles. The myths said these civilizations were destroyed by floods. The geology confirms it, and the submerged ruins prove that something was there before the known rise of civilization. So, let us return to the myths themselves, not as fairy tales, but as encoded memory, historical records preserved in symbolic language. If ancient civilizations truly belonged to a single global network, that network would have needed a shared understanding of astronomy, a method of preserving knowledge across time, a system of sacred architecture based on geometry, a way to transmit cultural and scientific information across continents. Myths are that system. They are not simply stories. They are containers of knowledge. This is why so many ancient stories are structured in layers, using allegory, repetition, and epic cycles. These teaching methods allowed information to survive through oral tradition when writing was destroyed or suppressed. The more deeply we examine these myths, the more they resemble coded instruction manuals describing how time works, how the stars move when catastrophes occur, how to rebuild after destruction. And in nearly every culture, myths speak of a time when humans lived in harmony with the cosmos, a time before division, a time before nations, a time before war, a golden age. But then something changed. The myths agree that knowledge was lost. The world fell into darkness. Civilizations fractured. Humanity began again, but with only fragments of the original system. Fragments now hidden in symbols, temples, and rituals. This explains why we see similar symbols everywhere. Not because of coincidence, but because they are remnants of a shared ancestral system. The spiral, the serpent, the sun disk, the sacred mountain, the world tree, the cosmic egg. These symbols appear in every culture. The serpent, in particular, is universal. In Mesoamerica, it is the feathered serpent. In Egypt, it is the uraeus cobra of divine kingship. In India, it is Kundalini energy. Among the Celts, it is the druidic symbol of life force. Among the Aboriginal peoples, it is the rainbow serpent that shaped the world. What is the serpent symbolizing? Energy, knowledge, rebirth, transformation, continuity, a living network. Just like the global network these myths hint at, what emerges is not the picture of scattered primitive societies slowly developing over time. It is a picture of a once unified world, a world connected by shared astronomy, shared symbols, shared mathematics, shared architecture, shared myths, a world that remembered where it came from, a world that humanity had forgotten. But the stones, the stars, and the stories have not forgotten. They are waiting for us to understand them again. Another thread tying ancient civilizations together is their deep fascination with the serpent, not merely as an animal, but as a sacred and intelligent force. This creature appears again and again in ancient art, religion, mythology, and sacred architecture. It is one of the oldest and most persistent symbols in human history. The serpent is everywhere, across continents separated by oceans, across cultures separated by thousands of years, across belief systems that should have nothing in common. Why? And what did the serpent represent that was so universal, so profound, that it survived the collapse of civilizations, the flood of time, and the rewriting of history? Let us begin where the symbol is most obvious. In Mesoamerica, the Maya and Aztec civilizations worshipped Kukulkan and Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. He was not a predator, not a monster, not a demon. He was a teacher, a civilizer, a bringer of mathematics, astronomy, agriculture, and architecture. He arrived from across the ocean, taught humanity, and then departed with a promise to return. He was associated with the planet Venus, with cycles of time, with rebirth and knowledge, traveled across the ocean to Egypt, and we find the serpent again, coiled above the heads of pharaohs. This is a uraeus, symbol of divine authority, representing a power awakened from within. The serpent is linked to Ra, the sun god, and appears in the Book of the Dead, guiding the soul through the underworld, through transformation, through resurrection. In India, the serpent is Naga, a guardian of sacred knowledge. In yogic philosophy, the serpent is Kundalini, a coiled energy sleeping at the base of the spine. Through spiritual ascension and awareness, the serpent uncoils, rising upward to awaken higher consciousness. The serpent represents the unseen energy system of the human body, the life force, the bridge between the physical and the divine. Among the Dogon of Africa, the serpent appears as Namo, the amphibious beings from the star Sirius, who taught the Dogon about astronomy. This serpent god mythology predates modern telescopic astronomy, yet contains precise knowledge of the Sirius star system, knowledge modern science only confirmed in the 20th century. Among the Aboriginal Australians, we find the rainbow serpent, the creator of rivers, mountains, and life. In Norse mythology, the cosmic serpent Jormungandr circles the earth, representing cycles and eternity. In ancient China, the dragon, part serpent, part celestial being, symbolizes imperial power, cosmic knowledge, and a connection between earth and the heavens. How could cultures separated by oceans and time all arrive at the same symbol, with the same meaning? The serpent is not simply a religious figure. It is a universal code. Its form, a wave, a coil, a spiral, reflects on the most fundamental patterns in nature. The shape of DNA, the waveform of sound and frequency, the spiral of galaxies, a pattern of energy traveling through space. The serpent may have symbolized life itself, not in a poetic sense, but in a literal one. Ancient civilizations were not simply myth makers. They were observers of reality, seeing connections that modern science is only beginning to rediscover. They understood that life, energy, and consciousness move in cyclical patterns, just like the serpent coils and uncoils. Now consider how the serpent appears not just in myth, but in architecture. At Chichen Itza, during the equinox, sunlight creates the appearance of serpent of light descending the pyramid of Kukulkan. This is not decoration. It is astronomical engineering. Someone designed a temple to reveal the serpent through the movement of the sun on a specific day. Someone encoded cosmic knowledge into stone. In India, serpentine architecture decorates temples in ways that correspond to energy pathways in the human body. In Egypt, serpent imagery corresponds with the movement of the Nile, which the ancients considered the river of life. The serpent is the flow of energy, both within the earth and within the human being. This suggests something extraordinary. Ancient civilizations may have shared a single system of metaphysics, a unified understanding of life force energy, what the Chinese later called qi, what Vedic scholars call prana, what the Egyptians depicted through the serpent and sun disk, what the Mesoamericans taught through Quetzalcoatl. This was not religion. It was science expressed through symbol. But over time, the meaning was lost. Civilizations fell. Knowledge fractured. The serpent began to be misinterpreted. In some traditions, it became a figure of deception, temptation, or chaos. This shift is not accidental. It reflects a break in the chain of knowledge. Something happened that cast the serpent from teacher to adversary, perhaps a cultural memory of catastrophe, perhaps a loss of the original harmonizing system, perhaps simply the erosion of knowledge over time. But the symbol remained, because symbols endure where spoken history does not. The serpent still marks the places where ancient knowledge survives, in the temples, in the star maps, in the myths that refuse to die. If the serpent is a symbol of knowledge, then civilizations across the world were not simply worshiping animals. They were participating in a shared global tradition of encoding wisdom. This hints at a network, not of physical communication, but of intellectual and spiritual continuity, a network that may have existed long before the civilizations we recognize today, a network that may trace back to a lost epoch before the last great cataclysm. And if such a network existed, then the similarities in serpent mythology are not coincidences. They are remnants of a world where humanity once understood that energy flows through the earth, that consciousness is not isolated to mind, that the universe is alive, that life is part of a cosmic system. The serpent is the memory of that understanding. It is the signature of a shared human inheritance, a memory that has survived where the written libraries of the past were lost. And the deeper we study this symbol, the clearer the message becomes. The ancient world was not disconnected. It was unified, and the serpent, the teacher, the bringer of knowledge, was the key. Another powerful symbol that appears across ancient civilizations is the sun disk, a glowing circle, a radiant orb, often shown hovering above kings, carved into temples, or held by gods. This symbol is found everywhere. In Egypt, it is the Aten, the visible face of the divine force that sustains life. In Mesopotamia, it is Shamash, the god of justice and illumination. In the Incan Empire, it is Inti, the father of the Sapa Inca. In Japan, the imperial family traces its lineage to Amaterasu, the sun goddess. In ancient Persia, it becomes a Faravahar, the winged solar being guiding humanity's moral path. The symbol is so universal that it appears almost genetically embedded in human culture. But the significance of the sun disk goes far deeper than simple worship of the sun. The sun disk is almost never shown alone. It is always carried, worn, supported, or encased within wings, serpents, or sacred geometry. It was treated not only as a celestial object, but as a key, a code for something higher, more mysterious, more foundational. To understand why this matters, we need to consider what the sun represents symbolically, scientifically, and spiritually. The sun is the giver of life. It is the source of energy for all biological processes. Without it, life as we know it cannot exist. Every ancient civilization knew this. But they also knew something else. The sun was not just a physical star. It was a metaphor for consciousness itself, the central light of awareness, the point around which the internal universe of being revolves. This idea is not speculative. It is encoded in art, architecture, and myth. The ancient Egyptians depicted the sun, the eye, and the mind as one triad, the eye of Ra, the eye of the mind, the sun disk. Their temples were laid out so that sunlight would travel through specific chambers on specific dates, illuminating statues of gods or kings. It was not only a solar calendar, it was a ritual reenactment of enlightenment. The Maya aligned their temples so that the sun cast shadows that told stories. At Chichen Itza, the descent of the serpent during equinox is not only a demonstration of astronomical skill, it symbolizes a descent of celestial knowledge into the world of matter. In Incan temples, sunlight was directed with polished gold reflectors into underground chambers, creating the effect of light emerging from darkness, the birth of the divine within the human. The sun disk was a symbol of awakening. This explains why kings, pharaohs, emperors, and priests are shown wearing the sun disk. It did not mean they claimed ownership of the sun. It meant they claimed to be initiate to the knowledge the sun represented, enlightened, aware, conscious of universal order. But the most striking detail is that the sun disk is frequently shown held between two serpents or supported by wings. This exact image appears in the Egyptian winged sun disk, the Sumerian Faravar, the Mesoamerican feathered serpent with solar crown, the Celtic solar serpent, not the Persian solar eagle, the Tibetan Corlo wheel of radiant wings. This is not coincidence. The serpent, as we explored previously, represents energy, life force, consciousness unfolding. The wings represent expansion beyond the material world, ascension, transcendence, freedom from limitation. When combined with the sun disk, the meaning becomes clear. The serpent, energy, rises to illuminate the mind, sun, and the result is ascension wings. This is a map of the internal human experience, a map of enlightenment. This suggests that ancient civilizations were not simply observing the physical world. They were exploring the internal world of consciousness. They understood the relationship between the cosmos outside and the cosmos within. They created art and temples not to worship celestial bodies, but to teach the path of awakening. But there is another dimension to the sun disk symbol, and this one changes everything. The sun emits frequencies. Light is frequency. Heat is frequency. Everything that exists is shaped by frequency. And the serpent symbol, as we discussed, also represents waveforms, the movement of energy. Ancient civilizations may have understood that the universe is structured through frequency and that consciousness is not separate from the cosmos. It is a manifestation of the same energy. This idea reemerges in every advanced ancient philosophical system. India, I am Brahmasmi, the self and the cosmos are one. Egypt, the Ka and Ba is interwoven spirit and identity. Greece, know thyself and you know the universe. China, Chi as universal life force. Maya, Hunabku as the cosmic center of consciousness. All of them point toward the same conclusion. Ancient civilizations shared a unified metaphysical worldview. They did not see humans as separate from nature. They did not see consciousness as separate from the body. They did not see the sacred as separate from the everyday world. To them, the universe was one continuous living being, and humanity was a part of its awareness. This worldview requires knowledge. Not just spiritual knowledge, but scientific knowledge. Knowledge of astronomy, geometry, harmonics, human physiology, psychology, time cycles. And that brings us to the most important revelation. The sun disk is not just a spiritual symbol. It may be a remnant of a shared scientific tradition, a tradition that encoded cosmic knowledge into symbols for preservation across ages. When civilizations fell to famine, climate disaster, invasion, or cultural collapse, the textbooks were destroyed, the libraries burned, the schools lost, but the symbols survived. The symbols carried meaning forward across the ages. The sun disk, the serpent, the wings. These were memory vaults designed to protect and transmit knowledge across time, which implies something extraordinary. Ancient civilizations were not inventing their knowledge independently. They were remembering it. They were inheriting it. From where? From whom? From a world before flood, before the Younger Dryas event, before sea levels swallowed ancient coastlines. A world that may have been connected, united under a shared system of knowledge, science, and metaphysics. A world that was lost, but not entirely forgotten. The symbols remain, waiting for us to read them again. Another remarkable piece of evidence linking ancient civilizations to a shared origin lies in the stories they tell about the Great Flood, a cataclysmic event that wiped out nearly all of humanity. forcing the survivors to rebuild the world from the ashes of destruction. What is truly extraordinary is that this story does not appear in just one region or just one continent. It appears everywhere. More than 300 separate cultures around the world, from Africa to the Americas, from Asia to Europe, from Australia to the Pacific Islands, all preserve ancient flood traditions. And these accounts are not vague metaphors. They are detailed, specific, and eerily consistent. Something happened. Something real. Something global. Yet, mainstream history tells us that ancient civilizations were isolated, that they developed independently, and that their myths were mere imagination. But imagination does not produce the same story across the entire planet. Shared memories do. Let us begin with the most recognized version, the biblical flood. In the book of Genesis, humanity has fallen into corruption, and the world is cleansed by water. One man, Noah, is warned in advance. He is told to build an ark, to gather his family, and to preserve the seed of life. The waters rise, the old world dies, and a new world begins. But the same story appears thousands of years earlier in Mesopotamia. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the hero meets Utnapishtim, a man who survived a great flood sent by the gods. Utnapishtim was instructed to build a vast boat to take his family and animals and preserve life. After the flood, the boat rests on a mountaintop. A bird is released to find land. The parallels to Noah are impossible to ignore. Was one story copied from another? Or are they both referencing a shared historical event? Travel east to India, and the same story appears again. In the ancient Vedic text, Manu, the progenitor of humankind, is warned by a divine being, sometimes described as a fish, sometimes as a god, that a great flood is coming. Manu builds a ship. The world is destroyed. After the waters recede, Manu repopulates the earth. In Greece, Deucalion and his wife Pyrrha survive a flood sent by Zeus. They take refuge in a chest or ark. After the flood, they repopulate the earth by casting stones that transform into humans. In Chinese mythology, the Great Yu works to drain a world-drowning flood and rebuild civilization afterward. In the Incan tradition, Viracocha, the creator god, sends a great flood to wipe out a corrupted previous age. In the oral histories of the Hopi of North America, the world has undergone multiple destructions and rebirths, including a flood that forced survivors into underground refuges before emerging to rebuild again. Even among isolated Pacific Island cultures, we find nearly identical stories. Tribes in Polynesia tell of a time when the ocean rose to swallow the world, leaving only a few atop mountains or in boats to restore life. And here is the most astonishing part. These myths do not describe a local flood. They describe the destruction of the world. The waters rising are not symbolic. They are literal. The survivors are not random. They are chosen, prepared, instructed. The rebuilding that follows is not simple recovery. It is the start of a new era of humanity. What could cause such a global flood? For centuries, scholars dismissed flood myths as allegory. But in the last few decades, a discovery has changed everything. Geological evidence proves that at the end of the last ice age, around 12,800 years ago, the Earth underwent a sudden and catastrophic shift, known as the Younger Dryas event. Temperatures dropped rapidly, ice caps melted abruptly, sea levels rose by hundreds of feet, and coastlines were swallowed. This was not a slow change. It was violent. It was destructive. It happened on a global scale. Entire land masses disappeared underwater. If advanced civilizations existed before this time, civilizations built along ancient coastlines. Their cities now lie beneath the ocean. And that is exactly what we are finding. In the waters off India, Dvarka and the Gulf of Cambay ruins, Japan, Yonaguni underwater terraces, Cuba, submerged geometric structures, Malta, temple complexes beneath the waves, Egypt, sunken cities near Alexandria. We are discovering the remains of civilizations older than our accepted timeline of human history allows. The flood myths are not only recollections of disaster. They are records of survival. They speak of teachers who help humanity rebuild, knowledge that was preserved through catastrophe, civilizations that remembered something of the old world. This brings us back to the earlier sections, the serpent, the sun disk, the astronomer gods who arrived after flood. Cultures around the world describe civilizers who appeared after the waters receded. Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerica, Osiris in Egypt, Manu sages in India, Viracocha in South America, Oans among the Babylonians, Namo among the Dogon. These beings did not come to create civilization. They came to restore it, which suggests something extraordinary. Humanity before the flood may have been far more advanced, technologically, spiritually, and astronomically, than we have been taught. The flood did not mark the beginning of civilization. It marked the end of the previous one, and the survivors carried fragments of a greater knowledge system, fragments that reappeared in aligned stone temples, shared symbolic systems, astronomical calendars, myths of ages of the world initiation, rites for kings, and priests of global flood myths are not separate stories. They are one story, remembered differently across time. The story of a world that fell, a world that drowned, a world that once may have been united, a world that we are only now beginning to rediscover. And if all of this is true, then humanity today is not at the beginning of its journey. We are in the middle of a very long cycle, a cycle of rise, destruction, memory, and rebirth. The ruins are the memory. The myths are the message. And the message is clear. We have been here before. If a global flood truly occurred, then the most advanced civilizations of the ancient world would not be found on mountaintops or in deserts. They would be found along the coasts, because water is life, trade, food, and transportation. Civilizations rise where rivers meet the sea, which means that when sea levels surge at the end of the last ice age, the greatest population centers of the ancient world would have been submerged. And that is precisely what modern exploration is beginning to reveal. For centuries, legends told of sunken kingdoms, cities swallowed by the ocean. Many of these stories were dismissed as fantasy, poetic metaphors for the impermanence of power. But today, divers, marine archaeologists, and sonar scanning technologies are uncovering entire city structures beneath the waves, and their existence is rewriting the history of human civilization. Let us begin with a submerged city off the coast of Dwarka, in India. According to ancient Hindu scriptures, Dwarka was the city of Lord Krishna, a fortified, prosperous, and technologically advanced city that eventually sank beneath the ocean after a cosmic age came to an end. For thousands of years, Dwarka was considered myth, a spiritual allegory, not a historical location. Yet when underwater archaeologists began surveying the Gulf of Cambay, they discovered stone structures, grid-like city planning, drainage systems, and even man-made artifacts carbon-dated over 9,000 years old. This places the city far earlier than the official timeline of civilization, which claims complex city planning only began around 5,000 years ago. The myth was not allegory. It was memory. Travel east of Japan, where the Yanaguni Monument lies beneath the sea, off the southwestern coast of the Ryukyu Islands. When first discovered, many assumed the vast staircase-like formations were natural. But closer inspection reveals right angles, step platforms, flat terraces, carved pathways, and symmetrical chambers, features nature does not create on this scale. Some structures resemble amphitheaters. Others resemble ceremonial plazas. The site appears to have been a monumental complex of a culture that disappeared when sea levels rose roughly 12,000 years ago. The timeline aligns not with recorded history, but with the end of the last ice age. Now travel to the opposite side of the world, to the Caribbean. In 2001, researchers scanning the sea floor off the coast of Cuba detected massive stone blocks arranged in geometric patterns, some weighing several tons. The formations lie nearly half a mile underwater, far beyond the reach of ancient human activity by conventional chronology. When underwater vehicles captured images of structures, they revealed perfectly cut blocks arranged in rectangular and pyramidal formations across an area covering several square miles. Scientists struggled to explain how such structures could have formed naturally, yet acknowledging them as artificial means accepting that human civilization is far older than we have been taught. The pattern continues across the world. Near Sicily, the ruins of the prehistoric city of Itliam lie submerged under the Mediterranean. Its wells, houses, and stone monoliths remain intact. In Malta, divers discovered temple-like structures beneath the sea that resemble the famous megalithic temples above water, suggesting a much older phase of construction. Off the coast of Egypt, near Alexandria, entire palace complexes are submerged, including what many believe to be remnants of the royal court of Cleopatra. But beneath that, older layers exist, indicating that the site may have been occupied long before recorded history. And then there's Atlantis, perhaps the most famous sunken civilization of all. For thousands of years, scholars dismissed Atlantis as a philosophical allegory written by Plato. But Plato was not inventing fiction. He said explicitly that he was recording historical memory passed down from the priesthood of Egypt. According to the account, Atlantis was a technologically and culturally advanced civilization destroyed by a great flood and earth upheavals, disappearing beneath the sea. The date Plato provides corresponds strikingly with the Younger Dryas onset, the very time when global flooding occurred. The pattern is unmistakable. Where myths speak of sunken civilizations, archaeology now finds them. Where myths speak of cultural teachers arriving after disaster, we find shared symbols, shared architecture, shared astronomical knowledge. Where myths speak of destroyed golden ages, we find ruins older than civilization should be. This is not coincidence. This is continuity. The reason this matters is profound. If cities, temples, and monuments existed before the ocean swallowed them, then the origin of civilization is not where we've been told to look. The cradle of civilization is not Sumer. It is not Egypt. It is not the Indus Valley. These were rebuilding zones, regions where survivors regrouped after flood and began the process of restoring knowledge. The real heart of ancient civilization, the original network, lies underwater. And this is why the archaeological record on land appears to suddenly start around 6,000 years ago. It does not start there. It simply resumes there. Human civilization is dramatically older than the academic timeline suggests. This is not speculation. It is geological reality. Sea levels today are roughly 400 feet higher than they were during the Ice Age. The continental shelves, the flat, shallow regions off the coast, were once habitable land. These shelves contain valleys, rivers, hills, plains, and likely cities. 95% of ancient coastal settlements are now underwater, which means we have explored only 5% of humanity's true archaeological past. We are looking for history in the wrong places. This realization changes everything. The similarities between ancient cultures, the shared myths, shared symbols, shared astronomical knowledge, were not the result of independent invention. They were the remnants of a single civilization system, fractured and scattered by the flood. A world that once understood the stars. A world that once measured the earth. A world that once spoke in a symbolic universal language. A world whose memory we now interpret as myth. But myth is not fiction. Myth is memory, preserved in story form. The ruins are still there. The symbols are still there. The sky itself is still aligned to the monuments. The truth was not lost. It was submerged. And now, the waters are giving it back, piece by piece, stone by stone, memory by memory. The question is no longer, did an ancient global civilization exist? The question is, how much of it can we still recover? And what does it reveal about who we really are? When we begin to compare the monuments, architecture, and construction methods of ancient civilizations that were supposedly isolated from one another, a new pattern becomes impossible to ignore. Structures separated by oceans share similarities so precise, so mathematically aligned, and so architecturally specific that the conventional explanation of coincidence becomes increasingly weak. Let us begin with the most iconic structures of the ancient world. The pyramids. Egypt is famous for its pyramids, especially those on the Giza Plateau. But Egypt is not alone. Pyramids exist in Central America, South America, China, Sudan, Indonesia, Greece, Turkey, and even scattered islands of the Pacific. Cultures, we are told, had no contact, somehow developed the same architectural obsession, and often the same building techniques. Massive stone platforms, ascending terraces, and precisely angled slopes. The question is why? Traditional historians argue that pyramids are simply a common shape for stack construction. But this does not explain the mathematics, the astronomy, or the alignment. The Great Pyramid of Giza is aligned to true north with an accuracy of 1/15 of a degree. The Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan, Mexico, is aligned to the sunset on specific days tied to the solar calendar. The pyramids of China in Shaanxi province align with the cardinal directions. Many pyramids in Sudan align with stellar constellations. These are not the efforts of primitive people building simple monuments. These are observatories, mathematical markers, and geometric expressions of profound cosmic understanding. And then comes the even more shocking pattern. In Egypt and in Mesoamerica, multiple pyramids are arranged in a triadic formation that mirrors the belt stars of Orion. Why would two cultures with no known contact choose the same stars as their architectural blueprint? Why Orion? Ancient mythologies across the planet identify Orion not just as a star cluster, but as a point of origin, a place of gods, ancestors, or celestial teachers. In Egypt, Orion was associated with Osiris, the bringer of civilization and resurrection. In Central America, Orion was associated with the heart of creation, the place where time began. These myths are separated by oceans and thousands of years, yet they tell the same story. Now consider the polygonal stonework found in Peru, Bolivia, Turkey, Lebanon, Greece, and Japan. These are walls and foundations made of enormous, irregularly shaped stones, fitted together with such precision that a razor blade cannot pass through the seams. The stones interlock like puzzle pieces, but not simply in 2 dimensions. They interlock in 3 dimensions, with internal locking mechanisms that prevent collapse from earthquakes. Modern engineers struggle to explain how such construction was achieved. But the most astonishing part is this. The same style appears in regions that had no contact, according to conventional history. Sacsayhuaman in Peru, Baalbek in Lebanon, Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, Ollantaytambo in the Andes, the walls of ancient Greece, and the foundations in Japan. The stonework is identical in technique, though separated by continents. This is not random. This is architectural memory. Then we examine the way ancient cultures track time. The Maya, Egyptians, Sumerians, and Indian Vedic civilizations all use advanced astronomical calendars. Many of these calendars recognize long cycles of time, thousands or even tens of thousands of years, far beyond what primitive agricultural societies would attempt to track. The Maya long count spans 5,125 years, but is only one cycle in a far larger system recognized in Hindu cosmology as the Yuga cycles, spanning hundreds of thousands of years. The Dogon people of Mali possess astronomical knowledge of the Sirius star system, including stars that were only discovered with modern telescopes in the 20th century. Where did this knowledge come from? According to the people themselves, they inherited it, not invented it. Inherited it, passed down from a much earlier age. A global memory. Other similarities are found in symbolism. Serpents appear across the ancient world not just as animals, but as symbols of energy, creation, and celestial knowledge. The feathered serpent of Mesoamerica, the cobra of Egypt, the naga of India, and the rainbow serpent of Aboriginal Australia all represent knowledge bearers. And remarkably, all are depicted as teachers who came after a great flood. This motif repeats so consistently that it cannot be coincidence. A catastrophe, followed by wandering survivors or gods who restore knowledge, agriculture, and architecture. These gods were not divine in a supernatural sense. They were human survivors of a lost age returning to restore civilization. Yet time distorted memory. Teachers became gods. Survivors became legends. History became myth, but the physical evidence survived in stone. The reason the same symbols, architecture, myths, and alignments appear globally is because the cultures who built them shared a common origin, one older than the flood that separated them. The flood did not erase human knowledge. It scattered it. Civilization broke apart. Cultures formed in isolation, and the fragment of a once unified world were remembered in different mythologies under different names. Now, archaeology is beginning to reconnect the pieces. The global similarities are not signs of coincidence. They are fingerprints. Fingerprints of a forgotten world. A world where knowledge of the stars was universal. Where geometry was sacred. Where architecture expressed harmony with earth and sky. Where travel across oceans was not only possible, it was practiced. We are not looking at separate civilizations developing independently. We are looking at a shattered civilization rediscovering itself, piece by piece. monument by monument, myth by myth. And as we gather these fragments, the picture becomes clearer. The ancient world was not isolated. It was connected, connected by trade, connected by exploration, connected by shared knowledge, connected by a legacy that predates the flood. The question now is not whether these connections existed, but how far they reached and what level of technology and culture they represent. The deeper we look, the more the past begins to reveal itself not as primitive, but as a lost global golden age whose memory still whispers in stone. When we speak of contact between ancient civilizations, one of the most compelling and consistent forms of evidence is symbolic correlation. The repetition of the same symbols, motifs, and metaphysical concepts across cultures separated by oceans and millennia. Symbols are not random. They are visual languages. And when the same symbolic language appears across continents with no recorded interaction, it suggests either shared origin or shared memory. Let's begin with one of the most universal symbols in human history, the spiral. From ancient European megaliths to the petroglyphs of the American Southwest, from the temples of Polynesia to the carved stones of the Andes, the spiral appears everywhere. Archaeologists often claim it represents the cycle of life, but the deeper meaning goes beyond poetic interpretation. The spiral reflects something physical, mathematical, and universal. The shape of galaxies, hurricanes, whirlpools, DNA, and energy flows in nature. A symbol found equally in prehistoric Ireland and ancient Peru is not simply aesthetic. It reflects a shared cosmological understanding. Then there is the symbol of the serpent, appearing not as an ordinary animal, but as a sacred entity. In Mesoamerica, the serpent is Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god who brought knowledge of agriculture, astronomy, and law. In Egypt, the serpent represents wisdom and divine authority, coiled on the forehead of pharaohs. In India, the Naga is a deity of hidden knowledge and protection. In Aboriginal cultures, the rainbow serpent is a creator of rivers and landscape. Across cultures, the serpent is not feared. It is respected as a teacher. This is not coincidence. These serpents appear after a world-changing flood in nearly every culture's mythos. They emerge not as monsters, but as bearers of knowledge. The message is consistent. Knowledge survived through a lineage of teachers. Now consider the sun disk. Ancient Egyptians depicted their high deities carrying or wearing the solar disk. The Inca worshipped Inti, the sun god, often depicted with radiant beams similar to Egyptian iconography. The Japanese imperial family traces divine lineage to Amaterasu, the sun goddess, symbolized by a radiant golden circle. Native American tribes constructed solar solstice monuments, aligning stone markers to the sunrise and sunset. It does not stop there. The winged sun appears in Assyria, Egypt, Persia, and pre-Columbian Mesoamerica. The concept of the world tree, connecting the heavens, earth, and underworld, appears in Norse mythology as Yggdrasil, in Maya tradition as Wakachan, and in Vedic texts as Ashvatha. These were not shared through trade routes, because according to mainstream history, many of these cultures did not even exist at the same time, and yet the ideas are identical. This points to something older, something shared before the separation of cultures. Another powerful correlation is the prevalence of the flood myth. Nearly every ancient civilization describes a great flood that destroyed the world. In Mesopotamia, it is the story of Utnapishtim. In the Hebrew tradition, Noah builds the Arkansas. In Hindu scripture, Manu is warned and guided by a divine being. In Greece, Deucalion and Pyrrhus survive the deluge. In China, Emperor Yao battles the rising waters. In the Americas, Hopi, Inca, Maya, and Aztec traditions all describe the cleansing flood that ended the previous age of humanity. These cultures did not share language, politics, religion, or geography, yet they share the same memory. This suggests the flood was real, not metaphorical. The flood did not just destroy land. It destroyed the continuity of civilization. But memory survived, encoded in myth, symbol, and story. The sunken world was remembered not in history books, but in temples, carvings, and oral tradition. And when we study these myths not as fantasy, but as records of memory encoded in metaphor, a powerful continuity emerges. Now consider the sacred numbers embedded into global architecture. The numbers 3, 7, 12, and 72 appear across religions and cultures as divine or cosmic numbers. The precession of the equinoxes moves approximately 1 degree every 72 years. The Maya, Egyptians, and Vedic cultures all recognize the slow shifting of the stars, knowledge we are told ancient farmers should not have possessed. This is not coincidence. This is a survival of astronomical knowledge from an older civilization that mapped the sky long before the flood. The same is true of the sacred geometry found in temples worldwide, ratios like pi, phi, the golden ratio, and the geometry of the Vesica Piscis appear in architecture from the Great Pyramid to the Temple of Borobudur, from Greek Parthenon design to ancient Hindu mandalas. These cultures were not merely stacking stones. They were encoding mathematics into architecture, creating structures that resonate with natural harmony. And this raises a question. How did ancient civilizations separated by thousands of miles share the same symbolic language? The answer that best fits the evidence is not coincidence, nor spontaneous parallel development. The answer is that these symbols are memories, linguistic fossils, carried across generations after the collapse of a once unified ancient civilization. When a global disaster scattered humanity into isolated pockets, those groups carried fragments of memory with them. Over time, the memories were ritualized, mythologized, and integrated into local identity. But their root is the same. The symbols are not simply spiritual. They are markers of a world that came before, a world with ordered cosmology, a world with high-level scientific observation, a world with maritime capability, a world where knowledge was centralized and shared, a world that ended and then restarted fragment by fragment. When we trace these symbols across continents, we are not just observing art. We are tracing the breadcrumbs of a forgotten world, a world whose final chapter ended under rising oceans, a world whose survivors spread across Earth to seed new cultures, a world whose memory lives in stone, symbol, and myth. And now, slowly, we are learning to read that language again, not through textbooks, not through institutions, but through the stones themselves. If we follow the trail of ancient symbols, myths, and architecture, one pattern stands out above all others: the reverence for stars, not as distant, unreachable points of light, but as maps, clocks, and origins. Nearly every ancient civilization oriented its structures, rituals, and calendar systems around specific constellations. But what is most extraordinary is that they did not simply track the movement of the stars across seasons. They observed the precession of the equinoxes, a slow shift in the position of the stars across the sky that takes nearly 26,000 years to complete. This is not something a farmer or seasonal observer would notice within one lifetime. Precession requires long-term astronomical data, careful record-keeping, and a stable, culturally supported scientific tradition. Yet this knowledge appears universally among the ancient world. Let's begin with Orion. We have already seen how the belt stars of Orion align with the pyramids of Giza in Egypt and with the ceremonial pyramids of Teotihuacan in Mexico. But this alignment is not symbolic alone. It matches the sky as it appeared thousands of years before mainstream history claims these structures existed. In other words, the builders were not aligning to the sky of their own time. They were aligning to the sky of an earlier age. This suggests they were preserving or honoring a memory, not simply marking their present moment. In ancient Egypt, the constellation of Orion was associated with Osiris, the god of rebirth, afterlife, and cosmic order. Osiris was not simply a deity. He was described as a first king, a civilizer who taught humanity agriculture, architecture, and law. He came from the stars, and when his time was over, he returned to Orion. This is not the language of mythic invention. It is the language of ancestral memory. Now let us turn to Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky. Sirius is central to the Egyptian calendar, marking the time of the Nile's flood, the event that allowed Egyptian civilization to thrive. But the Dogon tribe of Mali in West Africa held knowledge even more astounding. They knew that Sirius is not a single star, but a binary system, Sirius A and Sirius B. Sirius B is so faint that it is invisible without advanced telescopic technology. Yet the Dogon have stories describing its orbit, density, and age, data modern astronomy only confirmed in the last century. And the Dogon say this knowledge was given to them, not invented, passed down. The pattern continues in the Americas, where the Maya built entire cities aligned to the movements of Venus. The Maya understood the orbital period of Venus so precisely that their recorded values differ from modern astronomical measurement by only a margin so small it is essentially perfect. The Maya tracked Venus not for seasons or farming, but for ritual and cosmology. Their myths describe Venus as a morning star of knowledge, connected to descent and rebirth. These themes mirror Egyptian and Sumerian mythology almost perfectly across the Pacific. The ancient Polynesians used star navigation to traverse thousands of miles of open ocean without instruments. Their star maps were not written. They were memorized, woven into chants, stories, genealogies, and ritual performances. This means that for thousands of years, star knowledge was embedded in culture, not separate from it. And this pattern repeats everywhere. Stars were not simply symbols. They were identity. But the most important and profound shared astronomical concept is the recognition of the world-age cycle, a long cosmic cycle tied to precession of equinoxes. In India, this cycle is known as the yugas. In Greece, it is the ages of man. In Mesoamerica, it is the 5 suns. In ancient Persia, it is the 4 ages of earth. In ancient Egypt, it is the Zep Tepi, the first time. According to these traditions, civilization does not evolve linearly, rising from primitive to advanced. Instead, it cycles, rising and falling over enormous spans of time. Ages of high knowledge and harmony are followed by ages of collapse and forgetfulness. What does this imply? That the world we know today may be only one phase in a much older story. That civilization has risen before and fallen. That memory was carried forward, broken, fragmented, encoded into myth. The stars were not only calendars, they were records. A way to measure where we are in the cycle of rise, decline, and rebirth. This also explains why so many ancient structures were built to track the heavens. Stonehenge in England, Nabta Playa in Egypt, Chaco Canyon in the American Southwest, and Angkor Wat in Cambodia, all are astronomical observatories encoded into architecture. They were built not merely to watch the stars, but to remember. Remember who taught them. Remember where knowledge came from. Remember the world that came before. The builders were not beginning civilization. They were restoring it. The flood did not erase knowledge. It reset the world, scattering survivors into isolated pockets. Those survivors carried what they could: ritual memory, symbolic language, star lore. Over generations, myth replaced memory, ritual replaced science, symbol replaced literal meaning, but the stars remained the same, which means the language of the stars became the bridge between ages, the last surviving link to the lost world. This is why ancient cultures insisted their knowledge came from the sky, not because their gods were literal beings of the heavens, but because their teachers came from a civilization aligned with the stars, a civilization that understood Earth not as a world isolated in time and space, but as part of a much larger cosmic clock. So when we see the same constellations worshipped across continents, the same solstice alignments built into temples, the same solar-lunar cycles encoded into calendars, we are not looking at the independent genius of isolated cultures. We are looking at the echo of a global knowledge system. A knowledge system that predates the flood. A knowledge system that shaped the world after it. A knowledge system whose origin lies not in recorded history, but in the deep time before history. The stars are not just symbols in the story of ancient civilization. They are the key. They show us that the ancient world was not disconnected. It was one. If ancient civilizations shared a common origin, then there must have been a way for them to remain connected across vast distances. The idea that early humans were limited to short migrations on foot has already begun to collapse under the weight of new archaeological and oceanic evidence. Yet mainstream history still holds on to the belief that ancient people did not cross oceans, did not explore the world, and could not have been in contact with each other. But the Earth itself tells a different story. Across the Pacific Islands, on the coast of South America, in the deserts of Australia, and in the forests of Southeast Asia, we find evidence of ancient maritime cultures, fully capable of global navigation. The Polynesians, for example, traveled thousands of miles across open ocean, long before Europe even considered the possibility of such feats. Without metal tools, compasses, or maps, they mastered the stars, the winds, the waves, and the patterns of migrating birds to journey across what we now call the Pacific Triangle. From Hawaii to Rapa Nui, Easter Island, to Aotearoa, New Zealand, their navigational knowledge was so advanced that it allowed them to travel routes that even modern sailors consider dangerous. But the knowledge of the Polynesians does not begin in the Pacific. Their oral traditions claim they came from a homeland far to the west, a homeland that was drowned, a land lost to the sea. They did not spontaneously invent navigation. They inherited it. Now consider the monumental stone statues of Easter Island, the moai. These massive figures stand facing inward toward the island as though guarding memory itself. The people of Rapa Nui say the moai represent their ancestors who came from across the sea, bearing knowledge and power. Their script, the Rongorongo, remains undeciphered. It appears to be a glyphic system, possibly older than any known Polynesian writing. And as we compare these symbols to others across the ancient world, similarities begin to emerge, suggesting that writing itself may have roots older than we assume. Let us go farther east, to the coast of South America. Here we encounter the Chachapoya, the cloud people. They appear suddenly in the archaeological record, already skilled in masonry, agriculture, and complex burial practices. Their art and architecture bear striking resemblance to structures found thousands of miles west in Southeast Asia and Polynesia. Linguistic studies have suggested that elements of Polynesian language appear in indigenous South American dialects. But how could this be, unless the ocean was not a barrier, but highway? And then there is the presence of the sweet potato. The sweet potato originated in South America, yet it appears in Polynesia long before Europeans arrived. It did not drift across the ocean by accident. It was carried, cultivated, traded, shared. This means there was contact across the Pacific. Long before history says it was possible. Now travel across the Atlantic. Ancient Egyptian artwork shows ships capable of deep-sea travel. The funerary texts describe voyages past the horizon, into lands across the water. The Phoenicians, the great sailors of the Mediterranean, traveled well beyond the Strait of Gibraltar. Carthaginian inscriptions found in South America and West Africa suggest transatlantic contact. Roman amphorae have been discovered off the coast of Brazil. Egyptian mummies contain nicotine and cocaine, plants native only to the Americas. This is not theory, it is chemical evidence. Someone crossed the ocean. Someone had global trade. Someone maintained knowledge of lands beyond the horizon. But the most revealing evidence of all lies in boat-building technologies. Across the world, we find ancient boats constructed from lash plank hulls, outrigger stabilizers, sewn timber frames, multi-hulled catamarans. These technologies appear in Egypt, in Mesopotamia, in the Indus Valley, in Polynesia, in ancient Peru. These are not simple fishing canoes. These are ocean-going vessels. The same design appears in places separated by thousands of miles. If these cultures had no contact, how did they develop the exact same maritime engineering? The answer is the same as before. They did not develop it independently. They retained it. They inherited it from a shared source, a source that existed before the flood, a maritime civilization that understood the oceans, a culture that mapped the world while modern civilization was still in its infancy. There's a reason ancient maps show coastlines that should have been unknown. The Pyrie Reis map, drawn in the 1500s, appears to be based on much older source maps that show Antarctica's coast before it was covered in ice. This means someone charted the world long before a recorded timeline of exploration. Whoever they were, they sailed the oceans when sea levels were lower, when the great coastal civilization still stood. When the flood came, the world did not lose intelligence. It lost connection. Those who survived carried fragments of memory, knowledge of navigation, astronomy, agriculture, but without the global network to support it, knowledge weakened. Over generations, advanced science became myth. Navigation techniques became ritualized chants. Maps became stories of ancestral voyages. Memory became legend. And yet the traces remain in shared boat designs, in matching crops across continents, in oral traditions that speak of lands swallowed by the sea. in the uncanny similarities of stone architecture along global coasts. The ocean was not a barrier to ancient people. It was a bridge. The world was not disconnected. It was interwoven, connected by knowledge, sea routes, shared culture, and the remnants of a lost civilization. We are not looking at isolated achievements. We are looking at the broken pieces of a once global network, scattered like shards across time. And now, piece by piece, the original picture is returning. If there truly existed a shared ancient world, then there must have been routes, paths of travel, navigation corridors, and maritime highways that allow goods, ideas, beliefs, and knowledge to move across vast distances. But while oceans connected island cultures, there is another system of connection equally significant and far older than any empire: the global network of sacred sites. When mapped, the world's most mysterious ancient monuments, pyramids, temples, stone circles, megaliths, and ceremonial complexes, do not appear randomly dispersed. Instead, they fall along straight lines, evenly spaced across continents and oceans, forming what researchers call ley lines or earth grids. These are not imaginary alignments. They can be measured, calculated, and verified. The Great Pyramid of Giza, the Nazca Lines of Peru, Stonehenge in England, Angkor Wat in Cambodia, Machu Picchu in the Andes, Easter Island in the Pacific, and the ancient city of Mohenjo-daro in Pakistan. These sites are separated by continents, yet they align with such geometric precision that coincidence becomes impossible. Many of these alignments fall along what is known as the 36th parallel of sacred geometry, forming a perfect great circle route around the Earth. This indicates that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge of the planet's shape, size, and magnetic orientation long before the invention of the compass or the discovery of the Earth's curvature by modern science. This network is not merely geographic. It is energetic. The Earth is not a dead sphere. It is a living field of electromagnetic currents. The crust of the Earth holds patterns of magnetic flow. Ancient cultures understood this deeply and constructed sacred sites on locations where the Earth's natural energy lines intersected, points often referred to as nodes or vortices. Modern science has confirmed that many of these sites exhibit unusual electromagnetic readings. Compasses behave strangely. Static electricity rises. Some sites produce measurable physiological effects, lower heart rate, heightened brain coherence, and altered states of perception. Consider this: ancient monuments were not randomly placed. They were engineered to interact with the planet. The Great Pyramid is not simply a tomb. It is a resonant energy structure built with piezoelectric limestone and granite, containing quartz crystals. When vibrational energy travels through these materials, whether seismic waves, acoustic tones, or electromagnetic pulses, it creates resonance. This resonance amplifies, focuses, and redistributes energy. Stonehenge functions much the same way, with upright pillars acting like tuning forks. The placement of the stones matches frequencies of sound resonance. The ancient Maya temples of Chichen Itza are constructed so that a clap at the base sends an echo back, resembling the chirp of the sacred Quetzal bird. This is not accidental. These structures are acoustic instruments. Ancient builders were not stacking rocks. They were tuning the earth. But the most important point is this: the same construction logic appears worldwide. The Great Pyramid resonates at a frequency that corresponds to Earth's Schumann resonance, the natural electromagnetic pulse of the planet. Machu Picchu is built atop a granite mountain that acts as an amplifier. Angkor Wat is built in a pattern that mirrors the constellation Draco, connected to the polar axis of the planet. The temples of Cambodia, the pyramids of Mexico, and the stone circles of Europe all align with solar and lunar events, marking solstices, equinoxes, and star risings. These are not isolated engineering traditions. They are the remnants of a shared global knowledge system, a system that included astronomy, acoustics, geophysics, navigation, mathematics, geometry, cultural cosmology knowledge that appears fully developed the moment it enters the archaeological record. This alone challenges the linear evolution model of history. Civilizations do not start with huts and eventually build pyramids. The pyramids are there at the beginning. Megaliths appear at the start, not the end. Complex stone architecture appears before the invention of the wheel. This means civilization did not develop. It was rebuilt. The global network of sacred sites was the backbone of that rebuilding. But who built the original network? Ancient texts call them by many names. The Netters, the Anunnaki, the Apkallu, the Watchers, the Seven Sages, the Viracocha, the Devis, the Tuatha De Danann, the Serpent Kings, the Civilizer Gods, different cultures, different languages, the same story. They were described as tall, wise, knowledge-bearing, often bearded or robed, carriers of geometry, agriculture, astronomy, and law. They arrived after the flood. They traveled the world. They raised monuments, taught sciences, and restored memory. Then they vanished, not as gods, but as the last survivors of a lost civilization, a global civilization that knew the earth intimately. The network of sacred sites was not built all at once, nor by one group, but by multiple cultures at different times, all tapping into the same blueprint, a blueprint inherited from that lost world. Every temple, every stone circle, every pyramid, every astronomical observatory, all part of the same invisible architecture, an architecture of planetary memory. But the most extraordinary realization is this. The network was not only spatial, it was temporal. These structures were designed to keep time, not human time, but cosmic time. They track the precession of the equinoxes, the rising and setting of key constellations, the alignment cycles of Venus solar and lunar eclipses, ages of Earth history. This means the builders understood that history repeats. Civilizations rise and fall, and memory must be embedded in stone, because stone outlives language, empire, and identity. And so the lost civilization left behind a warning system disguised as architecture. When the stars return to the alignment of the previous age, the world is ready to remember. We are living in that moment now. We are beginning to detect the pattern again. The grid is becoming visible. The memory is returning, piece by piece, site by site, stone by stone. The earth is not simply a place where humans live. It is a memory system, and the ancient global network is its script. If the ancient world was connected to a shared network of sacred sites, then there must have also been a shared language of symbols, a visual code that transcended culture and geography. This language did not rely on writing in the way we understand writing today. It relied on shapes, patterns, and geometries that are found repeated across civilizations separated by oceans and thousands of years of history. These repeating forms are not aesthetic coincidences. They reveal a continuum of thought, a continuity of knowledge. One of the most striking of these shared symbols is the spiral. From the Celtic stones of Ireland to the temple walls of ancient Egypt, from the Minoan frescoes of Crete to the rock carvings of the Hopi tribe in the American Southwest, the spiral appears everywhere. It is drawn the same way, with the same curve ratio, the same directionality, the same intentionality. The spiral is not merely a pattern. It is a message. The spiral encodes motion. Galaxies spin in spirals. Hurricanes form in spirals. Water drains in spirals. Plants grow in spirals. DNA itself is a spiral. The ancient cultures did not depict the spiral because they found it pleasing to the eye. They depicted it because they understood the fractal structure of reality, that the universe expresses itself in repeating patterns across scales. A galaxy and a seashell share the same mathematics. This was not metaphorical to the ancients. It was foundational knowledge. Then there is the serpent motif. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was a bringer of civilization. In India, the Naga are serpent beings associated with knowledge and underground realms. In China, the dragon is a celestial guide of kings. In North America, the serpent mound stretches across the earth in a swirling coil aligned to the solstices. Even the biblical story of Eden speaks of a serpent who brings knowledge to humanity. Why is the serpent always the teacher? Why is wisdom always carried by a symbol of coiled energy? Because the serpent is a metaphor for the Kundalini, the life force energy that rises through the spine, the inner awakening that transforms consciousness. The ancients knew that enlightenment was not philosophical. It was physiological, a change in vibration, a shift in awareness. The serpent, like the spiral, encodes a universal truth. Life ascends through cycles. We also see the repetition of pyramidal geometry. Egypt is famous for its pyramids, but pyramidal structures appear independently in Mexico, Sudan, China, Indonesia, and even North America. Some are steep, some are smooth, some are stepped, yet their function is always the same. They are mountains built by human hands, symbolic meeting points between earth and sky. Why does every culture build mountains if natural mountains already exist? Because natural mountains are chaotic. Pyramids are ordered. They represent the human understanding of cosmic alignment. Their angles match the angle of light at certain latitudes. Their orientations follow celestial targets, and their shapes mimic both the rays of the sun and the process of spiritual elevation. These forms, spirals, serpents, pyramids, are not random or decorative. They are keys. But the most poignant symbol of all is the tree of life. In Norse mythology, Yggdrasil, the great cosmic tree, binds the 9 worlds. In Egypt, the Ish tree holds the names of kings. In Jewish mysticism, the tree of life diagram maps the flow of divine energy. In Mesoamerica, the ceiba tree was believed to be the axis of the universe. Everywhere, the tree is the bridge between dimensions, the underworld, the physical world, and the heavens. The tree is a symbol of connection. Roots below, branches above, life in between. When we analyze these symbols globally, a revelation emerges. The ancients did not view themselves as separate cultures. Their symbolic systems match, because their cosmic worldview was the same. They understood reality as layered, energy as flowing, and life as cyclical, not linear. This is the exact opposite of the modern worldview, which sees time as a straight line, existence as material, and consciousness as an accidental byproduct of biology. The ancients did not believe humans had souls. They believed humans were souls, temporarily manifesting in bodies. This shifts everything. And yet, these symbols remained after civilizations themselves fell. Why? Because symbols outlast language. Empires collapse, but stone carvings endure. Scripts are forgotten, but geometry never loses meaning. To preserve knowledge through symbols is to speak across millennia. The Dogon people of Mali have carvings that depict the elliptical orbit of Sirius B, information not confirmed by modern astronomy until the 20th century. The ancient Indus Valley glyphs show fractal diagrams now used in quantum physics. The Mesoamerican calendars encode the precession of the equinoxes with precision modern computers still marvel at. This is not the work of isolated tribes experimenting independently. This is a fingerprint of a unified intellectual tradition, a tradition that communicated in metaphor, geometry, astronomy, and sacred number. Even numbers themselves carry shared meaning. 3. The triad of creation 4. The structure of physical manifestation 5. The human microcosm 7. The levels of consciousness 12. The cycles of time, these numbers form the basis of sacred architecture worldwide. The same ratios, the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, appear in temples on every continent. These ratios are not just aesthetic. They are present in the proportions of the human body, the growth patterns of life, the distribution of galaxies. The ancients understood that to build in these proportions was to harmonize with the cosmos. And here is the deeper realization. These symbols and geometric systems were not created by the cultures who used them. They were inherited, passed down, preserved, guarded, like fragments of a shattered mirror of a civilization that once saw itself as whole. The symbols are memory technology, designed to survive floods, wars, extinctions, and forgetting. They were meant to endure until a future age, a future humanity, became capable of remembering. And that moment is now. We are rediscovering the pattern. We are recognizing the code. We are learning to read the symbols again, not because we are creating something new, but because something ancient is waking up within us. If the ancient world shared symbols that carried knowledge across continents, then the next question becomes, how were these symbols used in the everyday lives of ancient people? They were not just decorative. They were integrated into city planning, ritual structures, timekeeping systems, and even the layout of entire civilizations. This implies something profound. Ancient societies did not simply believe in a symbolic order of the universe. They lived inside it. In the modern world, architecture is about function, efficiency, and economy. Cities grow chaotically, shaped by convenience, politics, and profit. But ancient cities were not built that way. Their planning was intentional, aligned with the stars, the horizon, the solstices, the flow of water, and the contours of the earth. Their buildings were placed to direct energy, to create resonance, to serve as tools, not just shelters. Imagine a world where the placement of a temple influenced the consciousness of the people who entered it, where geometry was not mathematics but spiritual engineering, where the city was a living, breathing organism, harmonized with the earth rather than imposed upon it. This is how the ancients built. Take the ancient city of Teotihuacan in Mexico. Its layout mirrors the constellation of Orion. The pyramid of the sun is aligned to the setting sun on specific days of the year. The entire city is built using a unit of measurement tied to the Earth's dimensions. This suggests that its architects possessed knowledge of geodesy, Earth measurement, that should not have existed until thousands of years later. Or consider Angkor, what in Cambodia. Its layout maps the stars of the constellation Draco at the exact alignment they would have held in the sky around 10,500 BC, far earlier than conventional history dates the temple. Why would a society encode star positions from a time before its supposed existence? Unless they were preserving a memory, not creating a new design. Then there's the Inca capital of Cusco, designed in the shape of a puma, with temples forming specific organs and the central plaza acting as a heart. This was not about symbolism for symbolism's sake. It was a blueprint of energetic flow. Each part of the city was built to harmonize with the human body, the Earth's energy field, and the constellations above. This is the essence of what ancient cultures called as above, so below, heaven reflected on earth, the cosmos mirrored in architecture. Humanity living inside a larger cosmic organism. In this worldview, architecture was sacred technology. Even the alignment of windows, corridors, and pillars was intentional. The acoustics of temples were tuned to specific resonant frequencies. In some chambers, a whisper can be heard across an entire hall, while a shout disappears into silence. This was not an accident. It was a science. Sound was used for healing, meditation, ritual transformation, and perhaps even construction. Some researchers believe resonance was used to lift heavy stones, based on ancient Tibetan practices and local traditions that claim stones were moved using sound harmonics. Whether or not this is scientifically proven, the consistent presence of acoustic perfection across ancient monuments suggests that sound played a central role in their worldview and technology. This means ancient architecture functioned psychologically, physiologically, and energetically in ways modern science is only beginning to explore. But there is something even more revealing. Many of these ancient cities were not only aligned to stars, they were aligned to each other. The distance between the Great Pyramid and Teotihuacan is a precise multiple of Earth's circumference. The layout of the Nazca lines aligns with grid points connected to Giza. Stonehenge shares a geometric relationship with the pyramids of Egypt. Machu Picchu, Easter Island, Giza, Angkor, and Nazca form geometric triangles across the planet. This is evidence of global surveying, planetary mapping, and shared architectural planning. To do this, the ancient builders would have needed knowledge of Earth's spherical shape, mathematical precision in distance measurement, a global system of timekeeping navigation across oceans, standardized units of measurement, and, most importantly, cooperation across continents. But this idea does not fit the conventional model of history, which insists that ancient cultures were isolated, primitive, and local. So instead, mainstream archaeology dismisses these alignments as coincidence, despite the statistical impossibility. When dozens of sacred monuments align perfectly with astronomical bodies and with each other across oceans, at identical latitudes, angles, and distances, the probability of coincidence collapses to zero. This is the evidence of a shared global architectural code, a code that must have originated from a common source. We can see this code in proportions. Many ancient monuments use the same mathematical ratios, pi, phi, the golden ratio, square root 2 and square root 3, 432, a sacred number that appears in Hindu, Norse, Babylonian, and Mayan systems. These numbers appear in music, planetary cycles, and human heartbeat. They reflect how energy stabilizes in nature. To use these numbers in architecture is to harmonize structure with life itself. This suggests that ancient builders were not just constructing physical buildings. They were constructing resonance fields, places where consciousness could be elevated. Temples were not for worship. They were for transformation. Pyramids were not tombs. They were energetic engines. Stone circles were not calendars. They were frequency chambers. Ancient people did not separate spirituality, science, and daily life. These were all one system, woven through architecture, ritual, astronomy, and mathematics. And then, slowly, the system faded. Not destroyed in a single moment, but forgotten gradually. The symbols remained, but their meanings blurred. The structures remained, but their purpose obscured. The knowledge remained, but in fragments scattered across myths. Civilization did not simply evolve. It underwent amnesia. And yet, the architecture still speaks. It speaks to those who feel there is something more, something older, something deeper, something waiting to be remembered. We are living in a time where the memory is returning. We are beginning to read the ancient blueprint again. We are learning that the world was once connected, not divided, and the buildings themselves are the proof. They are messages in stone, not from gods, not from myth, but from our own forgotten ancestors, calling to us across time. If ancient architecture and city planning were built to harmonize human consciousness with the earth and cosmos, then the rituals performed within those structures become even more important, because architecture alone does not create meaning. It is ritual that activates a place. And ritual in the ancient world was never random. Every gesture, every symbol, every sound served a purpose. The rituals practiced in sacred sites across the globe reveal another layer of shared knowledge, the art of altering states of awareness. In the modern world, consciousness is viewed as chemical, neurological, physical. We are taught that thoughts are brain activity and spirituality is emotion. But ancient civilizations understood consciousness differently. To them, consciousness was not a product of the brain. Consciousness was a field, a living, interconnected energy that humans could tune into, like tuning into a frequency. Ritual was the method of tuning. Across continents, cultures practiced remarkably similar rituals: chanting, drumming, breath work, fasting, dancing in circles, meditating in darkness, using sacred plants to induce visionary states, aligning ritual calendars to the movements of the sun and stars. These are not primitive behaviors. These are technologies of the mind. When chant vibrates in the chest, the heart rate synchronizes. When drums beat in slow cycles, brain waves descend into theta states. When breath is controlled, oxygen levels shift perception. When fasting clears the digestive system, the senses sharpen. When sacred plants alter chemistry, the boundary between internal and external perception loosens. The result is a shift in consciousness, an opening. To the ancients, this was not escapism. This was communication, not with gods in the sky, but with the structure of reality itself. This is why pyramids often contain narrow shafts leading upward. These were not vents. They were guides. They directed the soul toward a star. The soul was not believed to rise in metaphor. It was believed to move through an energetic corridor, calibrated by sacred geometry. In many cultures, priests and shamans describe the experience of leaving the body, traveling across realms and returning with knowledge. Today, this is dismissed as hallucination. But the consistency of these accounts across unrelated civilizations hints at something more, a shared inner landscape of the human mind, a world that is not imagination but memory, a memory of the source of consciousness. The ancient rituals reveal a secret. The purpose of life was not survival. It was awakening, to remember, to reconnect, to recognize that the physical world is only one layer of existence. And yet, the rituals were not solitary experiences. They were collective. Entire communities participated. Festivals, solstice ceremonies, equinox alignments. These were times when entire cultures synchronized their consciousness. Shared focus amplifies mental energy. Group intention creates resonance. This was not religion. It was social unity technology. Ritual is how you bind a civilization together without force. But perhaps the most curious aspect of ancient ritual practice is the role of sound. Sound is vibration, and vibration shapes matter. Modern science demonstrates that sound waves can move sand into geometric forms, patterns called cymatics. These patterns look identical to symbols carved in ancient temples. The ancients were not imitating art. They were documenting sound made visible. Where did they learn this? Consider the didgeridoo of the Aboriginal Australians, the drums of West Africa, the throat singing of Mongolian shamans, and the conch shells used in Hindu temples. Despite vast geographical distances, these instruments all produce low-frequency resonance, the kind of sound that moves the body and alters the brain. In many ancient chambers, such as the Hypogeum of Malta or the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, sound resonates at frequencies linked to meditation and healing. These chambers were not accidental. They were built with precise acoustic engineering. To step inside these places is to feel something, a vibration in the bones, a stillness in the mind, an awareness beyond the self. This is not imagination. It is physiology. The ancients were conducting experiments in consciousness long before modern science. And the most profound part is that these traditions appear worldwide, long before cultural contact. The Hopi in North America conducted kiva ceremonies in circular underground chambers. The Maya performed trance rituals beneath temple pyramids. The Inuit used rhythmic breath and voice to enter visionary states. The Egyptians conducted initiations in darkened inner sanctums. The Greeks built mystery schools in caves and labyrinths. The Druids held ceremonies in stone circles aligned with stars. Different cultures, different geographies, same techniques. This is shared knowledge. Knowledge of how to access the invisible. But if this knowledge was shared, then something must have existed to distribute it. A system of teachers, travelers, or survivors from an earlier civilization. A knowledge lineage passed down not through books, but through experience, ritual, and memory. The keepers of this knowledge were not kings or warriors. They were shamans, astronomers, pre-scientists, temple architects, and initiates of mystery schools. And this is where another pattern emerges. Almost every ancient culture tells the story of a select group responsible for preserving sacred knowledge. They are called the Seven Sages, the Babas, the Watchers, the Netters, the Apkallu, the Nagas, the Priests of Amun, the Magi, the Druids. They appear after cataclysm. They rebuild society. They restore ritual. They reteach mathematics. They reestablish sacred timekeeping. Then they withdraw. It is as if they were custodians, not creators, of the knowledge. Their goal was not to rule. Their goal was to maintain memory. But memory is fragile. Civilizations rise and fall. Knowledge is misunderstood. Ritual becomes religion. Symbol becomes superstition. Wisdom becomes myth. And so the world forgot. Not because the knowledge was lost, but because human consciousness changed. We shifted from a worldview of unity to a worldview of separation, from cycles to linear time, from resonance to materialism. Yet the remnants of the old system remain embedded in stone, symbol, and ritual, waiting. Now, in the modern age, psychology, neuroscience, physics, and archaeology are unintentionally rediscovering what the ancients already knew. Consciousness is not just a mind. The body is not just biology. The earth is not just environment. Ritual is not superstition. It is technology. Technology for remembering who we truly are. If ancient rituals were designed to open states of awareness, then the people who led those rituals held extraordinary power. They were not rulers in the political sense, nor were they simply religious figures. They were knowledge keepers, individuals who understood the workings of the human mind, the cycles of the stars, the rhythms of the earth, and the patterns of time. Every civilization had them. In Egypt, they were the priesthood of Ammonius and the keepers of the house of life. In Sumer, they were the Apkallu sages. In India, they were the rishis and yogic adepts. In Tibet, they were the Bon shamans and Dzogchen practitioners. In Greece, the Orphic mystics and Eleusinian initiates. In the Americas, the Maya daykeepers and the Hopi Kachina elders. Different names, different languages, but the same role. They maintain the memory, not memory of the recent past. Memory of the world before the flood. Memory of the age before forgetting. Memory of the primordial civilization, whose remnants we now see as mysterious ruins. This was not common knowledge. It was initiated knowledge. You did not learn it by reading. You learned it by transformation. Initiation required periods of isolation, fasting, vision quests, chanting, trials of endurance, silence, darkness. These were not meant to punish the body. They were meant to quiet the mind, because the mind is the veil that separates ordinary awareness from the deeper field of consciousness. This is why nearly every ancient mystery school used caves or underground chambers. Darkness resets perception. With no sensory input, the mind is forced to turn inward. In those depths, awareness shifts. The initiate begins to remember the inner world that lies beneath waking thought. This is a world myths refer to as the underworld, Duat, Zabalba, the dreaming, the lower realm, not a place of death, but a dimension of origin. And those who entered it returned changed. They came back with visions, clarity, messages, sometimes even prophecies. To the outside world, this looked like divine contact. But to the initiates, it was simply communication with the structure of reality. Yet something deeper unifies these figures across civilizations. Almost all ancient traditions describe these knowledge keepers as receiving their wisdom from a prior group. Beings described variously as gods, teachers, star people, ancestors, or those who came from the sea. These beings appear in myths worldwide. Viracocha in the Andes, Quetzalcoatl in Mexico, Oans in Mesopotamia, Thoth in Egypt, the Nagas in India, the Shining Ones in Ireland. Their descriptions are remarkably consistent. They arrive after cataclysm. They teach mathematics, farming, architecture, astronomy, ethics. They do not rule. They restore. And once the knowledge is stable, they retreat into oceans, mountains, stars, or symbolic disappearance. Mainstream scholarship calls these myths stories to explain the origins of culture. But this explanation collapses when you compare them globally. The same narrative appears in civilizations that supposedly had no contact. The consistency suggests that these are not inventions. They are shared memory. The knowledge keepers did not create the knowledge. They inherited it. They were the links in a chain. This is why their role was always deeply structured. Knowledge was conveyed in grades, levels, initiatory stages, not because it was secret, but because it was powerful. Knowledge is not neutral. Applied incorrectly, it can destroy. To teach astronomy to people unprepared could collapse their social worldview. To teach energy work without discipline could destabilize the psyche. To teach geometry without ethics could lead to the construction of architecture meant to dominate rather than harmonize. So the knowledge keepers guarded knowledge through symbol, myth, allegory, ritual, song, breath, gesture. These are forms of encrypted transmission. To an uninitiated person, a myth is a story. To an initiate, it is a manual. The story of Osiris in Egypt is not only about the death of a god, it is a map of the soul's journey through transformation. The story of Krishna and Arjuna is not a war saga. It is a dialogue between the higher self and the human self. The story of Quetzalcoatl's exile is not historical. It is a cycle of consciousness rising and falling with ages. The elites of ancient cultures did not hide knowledge because they wanted control. They hid it because civilization itself was fragile. Too much awakening at once could fracture society. Too little, and memory would vanish. And despite their efforts, memory did fade. Not instantly, not catastrophically. Gradually, over centuries, rituals became ceremonies. Ceremonies became formalities. Formalities became traditions. And traditions lost meaning. The symbols remained, but what they meant was forgotten. The temples remained, but what they did was forgotten. The star maps remained, but why they mattered was forgotten. Meanwhile, the knowledge keepers slowly lost their own lineage. War destroyed libraries. Invasion scattered priesthoods. Colonization mocked ancient teachings. Religion replaced inner experience with external authority. Science replaced meaning with mechanism. The world shifted from living knowledge to dead information. But something extraordinary is happening now. The same knowledge the priests, shamans, astronomers, and mystics once protected is being rediscovered. Through psychology, neuroscience, acoustic science, quantum physics, archaeology, genetic research. Modern science is circling back to what the ancients already knew. Consciousness is fundamental. Geometry shapes reality. Human awareness can expand. The universe is alive. All life is connected. We are beginning to remember. not because we are learning something new, but because the memory is reactivating. The knowledge keepers of the past did not fail. They left keys. They left markers. They left stories, structures, patterns, alignments, rituals, symbols. They knew this time would come. The age of forgetting is ending. The age of remembering is beginning. If the ancient knowledge keepers served as guardians of memory, then one of the most important questions becomes, what exactly were they protecting? What was the knowledge so precious that it had to be encoded in stone, symbolism, ritual, myth, and the design of entire cities? The answer becomes clearer when we look at the one element shared by every advanced ancient culture, regardless of climate, geography, or language: sacred timekeeping. To the ancients, time was not linear. Time was cyclical, not a straight line from past to present to future, but a repeating pattern of ages, each with its rise, zenith, decline, and fall. This concept appears in Hindu cosmology as the yugas, in Mayan astronomy as the great calendar cycles, in Greek philosophy as the ages of man, in Norse mythology as the ages of the world, in Egyptian texts as the great years of Zep-Tepi and beyond. Different names, same pattern. The ancients believed that humanity passes through periods of enlightenment and periods of forgetting. These cycles are not random. They are linked to the movement of the Earth through space. Specifically, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis, known today as a precession of the equinoxes. This precession takes approximately 25,920 years to complete one full cycle. To the ancients, this was not simply astronomy. It was the heartbeat of civilization. They saw human consciousness rise during certain phases of the cycle, when humanity was closer to the center of cosmic alignment, and fall during other phases, when the connection to universal memory became weaker. This means that ancient history was not only recording events, it was recording phases of consciousness. And here is where the mystery deepens. Nearly every ancient sacred site, calendar, and mythological timeline marks this precessional cycle in some encoded form. The Mayan long count calendar tracks cycles of 5,125 years, which are subdivisions of the Great Cycle. The Egyptians encoded precessional star alignments into the orientation of temples. The Vedic scriptures describe ages spanning thousands of years, matched to cosmic rhythms. Even Stonehenge functions as a precessional marker, aligning sunrise positions over centuries. This suggests that ancient civilizations did not simply observe time. They participated in it. They believed that when humanity entered certain points in the cycle, specific knowledge could be remembered, accessed, or awakened. The knowledge keepers were the calendar guardians, not because they were tracking dates, but because they were tracking human consciousness itself. This implies something profound. The loss of ancient knowledge was not only due to war, natural disaster, or political collapse. It was also due to a natural decline in human awareness over time. Knowledge did not disappear. Humanity simply lost the capacity to perceive it. This is why ancient myths speak of a golden age, a time when humans lived in harmony with nature, understood the stars, communicated without language, built in stone with effortless mastery. According to these traditions, we are currently climbing out of the lower part of the cycle, a time of amnesia, and rising toward remembrance. This is why so many people today feel a strange pull toward ancient sites, symbols, and mysteries. It is memory returning, not curiosity beginning. And here is where the sacred calendars become more than history. They become warnings. Because the cycles do not only affect consciousness, they affect the earth itself. Ancient cultures knew that the earth goes through periodic cataclysms at specific points in the cosmic cycle: floods, earthquakes, solar events, sudden climate shifts. These events wiped the slate of history, forcing civilization to rebuild. This is why nearly every ancient myth speaks of a great flood, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the story of Noah, the tale of Manu in India, the flood of Deucalion in Greece, the destruction of Atlantis in Plato's writings, the flood legends of native North America, South America, Polynesia, and Southeast Asia. All different cultures, all the same memory. A memory of the last time the cycle turned. The knowledge keepers were not only preserving wisdom, they were preparing for renewal. The sacred calendars were tools to know when to plant, when to harvest, when to build, when to travel, when to begin rituals, when to change leadership. when to prepare for collapse, when to rebuild. Timekeeping was not superstition. It was survival. But here's where the mystery deepens further. How did ancient people track cycles lasting thousands of years with such precision? Modern science only rediscovered precession around the 2nd century BCE. Ancient cultures were tracking it over 10,000 years earlier. This suggests they inherited the knowledge. And if they inherited it, then the civilization that preceded them must have had astronomy, mathematics, written records, long-term observational continuity, a global network of communication. This is the strongest evidence yet for a pre-Ice Age civilization, a civilization that was lost in a flood and remembered in fragments by its survivors. Those survivors became the founders of the priesthoods, mystery schools, and temple architects. They mapped the sky not to worship it, but to remember where humanity stood in the cycle. The calendar was a cosmic clock, and we are approaching the reset point again. But this time is different. The last reset destroyed memory. This time, we are rebuilding memory before the cycle peak is reached. Every ancient calendar points to our era as a time of awakening. The Maya calendar did not predict the end of the world. It predicted the end of forgetting. The Vedic Yuga system marks this age as the beginning of ascending consciousness. Egyptian star alignment suggests a return of the cosmic cycle of Zep-Tepi, the first time, not the past, but the next beginning. This is why the ancient knowledge reemerges now, not because we discovered it, but because we are ready to remember it. The knowledge keepers of the past passed the torch through myth, stone, symbol, song, alignment, and silence. And now, the burden of memory passes to us. If sacred timekeeping reveals the cycles of human consciousness, then the next question arises: how did ancient civilizations encode this knowledge in physical form? The answer lies not only in the alignment of temples or the tracking of stars, but in something far more subtle, far more universal: sacred geometry. To modern eyes, ancient structures appear as impressive works of engineering. Massive stones, towering pyramids, precision-cut blocks, astonishing symmetry. But to the ancients, these were not just buildings. They were instruments. Instruments designed to reflect the laws of the universe itself. Geometry was not just mathematics. It was a spiritual language, a way of expressing the unseen patterns underlying reality. This understanding can be traced back through nearly every ancient culture on Earth. The Egyptians built their pyramids using specific ratios. Most famously, the golden ratio, believed to reflect the mathematical harmony of life itself. The Greeks revered geometry as the foundation of philosophy. The Maya embedded geometric grids into their temples, aligned with celestial cycles. The ancient Hindu and Buddhist mandalas depict sacred shapes representing the structure of the cosmos and the inner universe of the human mind. These cultures did not merely use geometry, they worshipped it. To them, geometry was a key to the universe, a pattern that connected the physical world with the spiritual, the macrocosm with the microcosm. They believed that everything in existence, from the orbit of planets to the growth of flowers, followed the same geometric blueprint. And they were right. Modern science confirms what ancient civilizations seemed to know intuitively. Nature follows specific mathematical ratios. Spirals in galaxies match the spirals in seashells. The structure of a snowflake mirrors the branching of crystal molecules. The shape of a sunflower follows precise Fibonacci patterns. Even the proportions of the human body reflect the golden ratio. This suggests that sacred geometry was not symbolic. It was observational. The ancients were studying the natural world and discovering universal laws that our modern society has only recently begun to quantify. But here is where the mystery deepens. Sacred geometry does not appear in isolated regions. It appears everywhere. In Egypt, the pyramids encode the relationship between the earth and the sun. In India, temples contain mandala floor plans that mirror the structure of the cosmos. In Greece, the Parthenon was built using the golden ratio. In Central America, Mayan pyramids encode astronomical numbers. In Peru, the Nazca lines reflect geometric concepts visible only from the sky. In China, sacred city layouts reflect cosmic grids. In Japan, Zen gardens use geometry to represent infinite space. This suggests a shared architectural philosophy, a shared understanding, or perhaps a shared origin. And this raises a question at the heart of this documentary. Did ancient civilizations inherit this knowledge from a single source? Let us consider the possibility. Sacred geometry is not the kind of knowledge that emerges casually. It requires long-term observation, sophisticated mathematics, precise engineering, a philosophical understanding of the universe. Most civilizations, when left to random development, start with basic shelter and slowly evolve to more complex structures. Yet the earliest constructions in many ancient cultures are the most advanced. The oldest pyramids are the most geometrically perfect. The earliest temples are the most precisely aligned. This is backwards from the normal pattern of technological evolution. It suggests that these civilizations did not develop knowledge. They were reconstructing it, relearning fragments of something older, memories of forgotten age, encoded in form and proportion. The knowledge keepers understood something profound. Architecture is memory made permanent. Stone does not burn. Stone does not rot. Stone survives floods, wars, dynasties, and empires. Stone is the perfect vessel for knowledge intended to outlast time. So they carve knowledge into geometry. They map cosmology into architecture. They use proportion and alignment to anchor meaning. And they did something else, something astonishing. They built their structures to resonate. Pyramids, temples, stone circles, and megaliths are designed to interact with sound. They amplify certain frequencies, suppress others, and create standing wave patterns. Modern researchers have discovered that many ancient structures act as acoustic chambers, capable of altering brainwave states. This means that ancient architecture was not only symbolic, it was functional. It was designed to enhance meditation, alter consciousness, trigger memory, facilitate learning, connect the human mind to universal patterns. This is the missing link between sacred geometry and sacred calendar systems. Both were tools for aligning human consciousness with cosmic rhythms. The purpose was not simply to measure time or worship the heavens, but to remember, to stay in sync with the great cycle, to maintain awareness of humanity's place in the universe. When we understand this, the global network begins to reveal itself more clearly. The pyramids of Egypt, the pyramids of Mesoamerica, the ancient stone cities of Cambodia, the megalithic temples of Malta, the stone circles of Britain. They are not isolated achievements. They are expressions of the same idea. The Earth is part of a larger harmonized system, and humanity once knew how to live in alignment with it. This knowledge was not merely scientific. It was spiritual. It taught that the universe is not random or chaotic. It is structured, meaningful, alive. The human mind is not separate from the cosmos. It is a reflection of it. To know the self is to know the universe. To study geometry is to study the divine. This is the essence of the ancient worldview that has been nearly erased. Our modern world sees geometry as mathematics. The ancient world saw geometry as the architecture of reality itself. And the moment we recognize this, a realization unfolds. The ancient global civilization did not teach people what to believe. It taught them how to perceive. Not faith, not obedience, not mythology. Awareness. This was the knowledge that was lost. This was the knowledge preserved in stone. And this is the knowledge now returning, not through rediscovery, but through remembrance. If ancient architecture and geometry were designed to awaken memory and align human consciousness with the cosmos, then another question emerges. How did ancient civilizations manipulate matter itself? Because scattered across the earth are structures that should not be possible, not with copper chisels, ropes, and manpower alone. And yet they exist. In Egypt, massive granite blocks weighing over 70 tons were transported across desert terrain and lifted to heights equivalent to multi-story buildings. In Peru, at sites like Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo, stones were shaped into interlocking forms so precise that not even a razor blade can fit between them. The blocks do not follow simple rectangular cuts. They feature multiple angles, complex curves, and seamless joints, fitting like puzzle pieces. This is not crude work. It is masterful stone craftsmanship, on a scale we cannot replicate today with the same ease. In Baalbek, Lebanon, 3 stones known as a trilithon each weigh over 800 tons, and they rest on an even larger foundation block weighing over 1,200 tons. No crane today can lift that weight and place it with such precision. And yet those stones were placed, not just moved, but set into alignment on an elevated platform. In Easter Island, the massive Moai statues were not only carved from volcanic rock, but transported across miles of terrain and raised onto ceremonial platforms with perfect balance. These feats appear everywhere, not locally, not regionally, but globally. This raises a profound possibility. Ancient civilizations possess knowledge of techniques that we do not. If the network theory holds true, if there was once a shared civilization or knowledge transmission, then stone construction is one of its fingerprints. But here is where the mystery sharpens. Many advanced ancient sites show signs of megalithic construction, followed much later by cruder, smaller repairs, performed by later cultures. This means the oldest construction is the most advanced. The later additions are simpler. This is a reverse of how technological development should unfold. It suggests that the earliest builders were working with technology or methods that were lost, while later cultures tried to replicate what they did, but could not match the precision. Something happened, a break, a rupture in continuity. And what was lost was not just craftsmanship. It was a way of interacting with matter. In many indigenous traditions, there are whispered memories of the time when stone was soft. Not metaphorically, literally, legends in the Andes speak of priests who could sing to the stones to make them move. Egyptian temple inscriptions speak of sound used to lift objects. Tibetan monks still practice harmonic resonance that can move grains of sand into complex mandala patterns, which suggest the possibility of something deeper, altering matter through frequency. The modern scientific term for this is acoustic levitation or resonant vibration. And while still experimental, small-scale demonstrations show that sound waves can indeed move objects, arrange particles, and alter the shape of water and sand. If matter responds to frequency, then the key to ancient stonework may not have been force, but resonance. This shifts the understanding of ancient engineering from physical power to energetic precision. And then there is something even stranger. Many ancient stones show signs of melting, not carving. At Pumapunku in Bolivia, stone blocks have edges so sharp they appear machined, and yet the stone itself is andesite, which requires temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius to soften. Why do these ancient blocks look as if they were molded, not chiseled? If matter was softened through frequency, heat, or another energetic method, then stone construction becomes not an act of brute labor, but of technological finesse. This is where sacred geometry, astronomy, and architecture converge with physics. If civilizations once understood that sound affects matter, geometry influences vibration, astronomy maps energetic cycles, then their buildings were not simply structures. They were resonant devices. Temples were tuning chambers. Pyramids were power nodes. Stone circles were harmonic fields. Obelisks were frequency conductors. And they were connected, not isolated. Just as modern communication networks synchronize using satellites, ancient sites may have synchronized through the Earth's electromagnetic grid, commonly referred to today as ley lines. These geomagnetic pathways crisscross the planet. Many ancient sites are aligned directly along these lines. The Great Pyramid of Giza, Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat, Easter Island, Stonehenge, Teotihuacan, the Nazca Plateau, not by coincidence, not by random occurrence, but by intention. This suggests that ancient builders did not just shape matter, they shaped energy fields. Their knowledge was not mechanical, it was harmonic. To them, the Earth was not a dead rock in space. It was alive, pulsing, breathing, vibrating. They built structures to interact with that living field, structures that could influence consciousness, memory, and perception. This opens a possibility that feels almost mythic. The ancient world may have been filled with stone resonators, humming slowly with the heartbeat of the earth, connecting human awareness to the natural rhythms of the cosmos. Imagine standing inside one of these chambers during a solstice or equinox, the air vibrating with low-frequency resonance, sunlight entering precisely aligned openings, activating symbols carved in stone. These were not rituals of superstition. They were technologies of remembrance. If ancient civilizations shared this knowledge, then they were not primitive societies struggling for survival. They were participants in a global science of consciousness. But when the great cycle turned, when cataclysm came, not only were cities destroyed, but so was the continuity of knowledge transmission. The survivors remembered fragments. The priesthoods protected patterns. The myths encoded warnings. What remains today are ruins. But ruins are enough. Ruins are memory anchors. And as human consciousness rises again in the cycle, we are beginning to recognize the patterns embedded in those stones. Not through imitation, but through resonance. We are not learning. We are remembering. The question is no longer whether ancient civilizations were connected. The question is, how much of that knowledge are we ready to remember now? If ancient civilizations share knowledge of geometry, astronomy, energy, and stone construction, then we must ask another essential question. How do they communicate across vast distances? Because the similarities we have seen cannot be explained by coincidence, independent development, or cultural imitation alone. The same architectural ratios, the same myths, the same cosmological alignments, and the same symbolic patterns appear across continents separated by oceans thousands of miles wide. To understand the global network, we must look to the seas. Modern history tells us that ocean navigation evolved slowly, beginning only a few thousand years ago. According to this narrative, ancient people were afraid of the open ocean, lacked the tools to navigate, and stayed close to shorelines. But this narrative collapses when we examine the evidence left behind. Ancient civilizations were not only familiar with the ocean, they were masters of it. The first clue is found in the Polynesian navigators, sea travelers who crossed the vast Pacific Ocean long before European ships existed. They navigated not by compass or maps, but by stars, wind patterns, ocean swells, bird migrations, and even the color and texture of the water. They did not see the ocean as a barrier, but as a highway. Their voyages covered thousands of miles, connecting islands separated by enormous stretches of open sea. This is not the mark of a primitive culture. It is the mark of sophisticated tradition rooted in deep memory. From there, we look to the ancient Egyptians. Archaeological discoveries show that they built large seafaring ships, constructed from cedar imported from Lebanon. Records describe expeditions to the mysterious land of Punt, a place whose exact location remains unknown, but which appears to have been across the Red Sea, possibly far beyond. Egypt also left behind depictions of boats not only used for earthly travel, but for journeys of the soul through the cosmos. This suggests that seafaring held spiritual or cosmic significance, reflecting, once again, the same worldview that shaped their architecture. Then we turn to the Phoenicians, the maritime traders of the ancient Mediterranean. They knew the stars intimately and mapped coastlines with precision. Evidence suggests they may have sailed beyond the Pillars of Hercules, modern Gibraltar, and reached the Atlantic, possibly even traveling to the Americas in the distant past. But the strongest evidence of ancient oceanic travel lies not in recorded histories, but in the artifacts and cultural patterns left behind. Across Central and South America, we find symbols, motifs, and even linguistic elements that mirror those of ancient Egypt. The god Osiris of Egypt and the god Quetzalcoatl of Mesoamerica share uncanny similarities in their symbolism, dress, teachings, and narratives. Both are described as gods who came from the sea, taught civilization, and promised a return. This is not the type of parallel that emerges from isolated cultural development. Even more striking is the presence of nicotine and cocaine traces found in several Egyptian mummies. These plants grow only in the Americas, not Africa, Asia, or Europe. This discovery has been repeatedly tested and confirmed, and yet mainstream scholarship largely ignores it, because to acknowledge it would mean rewriting the entire history of global contact. The evidence becomes even more compelling when we examine the construction of boat designs across cultures. In South America, reed boats were used to travel across Lake Titicaca, boats that are nearly identical to the reed boats still built today in Egypt. The same methods, the same design, the same symbolic use of the boat in ritual contexts. These are not random similarities. They are fingerprints of a shared tradition. And then there are the maps. Ancient maps like the Piri Reis map, the Orontius Phineas map, and the Bwatch map depict coastlines that modern science did not accurately map until the 20th century. Most shocking of all, some of these maps show Antarctica without ice, a condition that has not existed for tens of thousands of years. Where did this knowledge come from? It suggests that the mapmakers inherited charting techniques from a civilization that existed when the world's climate was different, possibly before the end of the last ice age, which leads to the next realization. If ancient people crossed oceans, they did not simply travel, they connected. Trade routes may have existed long before history acknowledges them. Ideas, knowledge, beliefs, and technology may have passed from continent to continent like sunlight moving across the horizon. But this raises a deeper question. Why did the ocean matter so much? To the ancients, the sea was not an empty abyss. It was a medium of connection. The earth was not divided. It was unified. The ocean was a connective tissue of the planet, the same way blood vessels connect the cells of a living body. The ancient world recognized no hard borders. Civilizations were not isolated. Humanity was not fragmented. All of that came later. Something happened that caused the world to splinter, something that erased memory, erased history, erased unity. And when the survivors rebuilt the world, they did so piecemeal, each group inheriting only small fragments of the once great network. The Polynesians retained the seafaring memory. The Egyptians retained the symbolic language. The Maya retained the astronomical architecture. The Vedic world retained the knowledge of cosmic cycles. The Andean world retained the megalithic stoneworking traditions. Each was a shard, a piece of a shattered whole. The ocean was once the thread connecting them. But when the world fell into the descending phase of the great cycle, humanity forgot how to navigate. Not the water, but consciousness. Navigation was never just physical, it was spiritual orientation. The ancient navigator did not simply map the sea. They mapped the relationship between the earth, the stars, and the human soul. To them, every journey mirrored the movement of the cosmos. That is a legacy that remains in fragments today. A legacy we are just beginning to remember, because the ocean is no longer a barrier. It is becoming a bridge again, not a wood or sail or compass, but of understanding. The ancient global network is not gone. It is only hidden, waiting to be recognized. If ancient civilizations traveled the oceans and shared knowledge across continents, then the next layer of this global network becomes visible in the most unexpected place. Language. Words, symbols, and sounds carry memory. They transmit identity. They are cultural DNA. And when we compare languages from distant parts of the world, languages that are supposedly unrelated and isolated, we find patterns that should not exist. These similarities are not small. They are not coincidental. They are structural, phonetic, symbolic, and mythological. They suggest that there was once a linguistic root, a mother tongue, spoken before the world fragmented. Modern linguists call this hypothetical ancient system proto-world language, a theoretical ancestor to all languages. What they do not acknowledge is the implication. A single culture, widespread communication, and shared intellectual heritage. Consider this. In ancient Sanskrit, the word for mother is Emewidmekranti. In ancient Egyptian, it is mut. In Proto-Indo-European, it is mater. In Latin, it becomes mater. In English, it becomes mother. In Old German, Mutter. In Persian, matter. Different continents, different eras, same root structure, same sound, same meaning. This is not an isolated example. It is a global pattern. The word for father, Sanskrit, Pit Latin, Pater Greek, Pater English, father Persian, Padar Old German. Vader again, we see continuity rather than division, but the linguistic connections run far deeper than common family terms. Entire symbolic systems appear across cultures separated by oceans. For example, the ancient Vedic language of India contains dozens of precise astronomical and mathematical terms, words that also appear in early Mayan and Andean cosmology, encoded differently, but conveying the same conceptual framework. The Mayan word for the sacred cosmic serpent is Kukulkan. In Sanskrit, the cosmic serpent is Kundalini. The phonetic and symbolic similarity is striking. Both describe a coiled, cosmic serpent representing consciousness and energy. In Egypt, the serpent deity Adam represents creation arising from potential. In India, Atman represents a universal self, the source of consciousness. This is not random. This is shared metaphysical language. Then there is the symbol of the lotus, representing spiritual awakening. In Egypt, it appears in creation myths. In India, it represents divine unfolding. In Southeast Asia, it is a foundation of Buddhist iconography. In Mesoamerica, the symbol appears in the form of the unfolding serpent, representing enlightenment. These cultures did not meet, according to traditional history, and yet they speak similar symbolic language. This suggests something profound. Symbols are not invented. They are remembered. When knowledge is lost and civilizations fragment, symbols remain because they are simple, visual keys to complex truths. The lotus represents awakening not because one culture invented the idea, but because all cultures inherited the memory of a time when human consciousness was unified, elevated, expansive. And then there's the sound OM or AUM. In Hindu tradition, it is the sound of creation itself, the primal vibration for which reality emerges. In Egyptian temple chants, a nearly identical sound appears, AM or AUM. In ancient Hebrew, we see Amen, the final sacred seal of prayer. In Christianity, the same word remains, Amen. In the Americas, shamans use chanting to align breath and awareness. Different continents, same vibrational memory. This is not linguistic coincidence. This is acoustic inheritance. Ancient languages were not simply methods of communication. They were sound technologies, designed to resonate with the body, the mind, the earth, and the cosmos. Modern linguistics treats language as an abstract structure of grammar and syntax. But ancient people understood language as a living frequency. Every sound carried meaning, emotional resonance, and energetic effect. To them, speaking was not just communication. It was a creative act. Words were power. Sound was sacred. Names held essence. This is why ancient myths emphasize the power of the spoken word. Why creation stories worldwide begin with vibration, not substance. In the beginning was the Word, says the Book of John. Sound is Brahman, says the Vedas. The universe was sung into existence, say the indigenous peoples of Australia. Different continents, same memory. And the root of that memory lies in the lost mother language. But here is where the mystery becomes even more compelling. Linguistic patterns also map onto migration patterns. When we trace the sound shift in language across continents, they form pathways, routes of travel, interaction, and cultural exchange. For example, the Naga serpent tribes of India have legends of a journey across oceans. The Nakal priests of Central America claim their knowledge came from a now-lost island civilization. The Polynesian word hawa, breath of life, appears in Hawaii, Hiva in the Marquesas Islands, and Hiva in ancient Easter Island inscriptions. In Egypt, the word He refers to eternity and primordial waters. These linguistic paths are not random. They are remnants of an ancient global diaspora, a civilization fragmented, but not erased. Its memory remains in the sounds we speak, the symbols we draw, the myths we tell, and the stories carried by our breath. Language is the thread that survived the flood. When the world fell into forgetfulness, when temples collapsed and monuments were buried, when the ocean rose and the sky changed, words remained. Spoken memory traveled through generations, encoded in rhythm, sound, poetry, chant, prayer. We may no longer remember the civilization that once spanned the earth, but we speak its echoes every day. We carry its songs in our voices. We are its descendants. And as consciousness rises again in the cycle, we are beginning to recognize the linguistic fingerprints of our shared origin, not through study, but through resonance. We are not learning something new. We are remembering something ancient. If language carries memory across generations, then the next piece of this global puzzle is perhaps the most tangible: artifacts and objects left behind, spread across continents, defying explanation. These are the remnants of civilization whose knowledge was vast, whose reach was global, and whose technology we struggle to comprehend today. Each object tells a story of connection, intelligence, and sophistication that contradicts conventional timelines of human history. Consider the intricate carvings found in the temples of Göbekli Tepe, which date back over 12,000 years. These pillars are not mere decorations. They are records. They depict animals in motion, celestial bodies, and abstract symbols that correspond to star alignments. They were created at a time when conventional history claims humans were still hunter-gatherers. And yet, the precision, planning, and symbolic understanding exhibited in these carvings suggest knowledge far beyond subsistence society, a knowledge network embedded in art. Then there are the Olmec colossal heads of Mesoamerica, carved from basalt transported tens of miles without metal tools. Each head is unique, with distinctive features, yet all conform to a proportional and stylistic consistency that implies shared knowledge of measurement and human anatomy. Across the oceans in Easter Island, the Moai statues follow the same principle. Oversized heads, carved with an understanding of balance, proportion, and symbolic power. These massive stone monuments are not isolated inventions. They reflect a global awareness of form, function, and symbolism. Even smaller artifacts speak volumes. The Pyrie Reefs map fragments, the Antikythera mechanism, and the intricate goldwork of pre-Columbian South America all suggest that ancient humans had knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and metallurgy that should have been impossible for their time. The Antikythera mechanism alone, a 2,000-year-old device, could calculate eclipses, planetary positions, and lunar cycles. How could a society, supposedly primitive by modern standards, create something that mirrors the function of a mechanical computer? The answer becomes clearer when we consider the possibility of shared knowledge inherited from a previous global civilization. Some artifacts are even more mysterious. In Bosnia, the Ravn tunnels and pyramid complex hint at geometric construction that mirrors the Great Pyramid of Giza. In Peru, stone spheres and perfectly cut blocks at Ollantaytambo and Sacsayhuaman defy conventional explanation of how they could have been carved or transported. In Asia, megalithic sites in India and Cambodia contain perfectly aligned stone structures that echo the mathematics found thousands of miles away. Everywhere we look, the same principles reappear: precision, proportion, symbolism, and connection to celestial or energetic forces. One of the most intriguing classes of artifacts are tools and objects that seem technologically advanced for their time. Obsidian blades in the Americas, Egyptian copper tools, and the intricate jewelry of Sumer and India indicate an understanding of metallurgy, chemistry, and physics that does not fit the supposed timeline of human innovation. How did these societies produce such refined tools without modern equipment? Perhaps, once again, they inherited a legacy of knowledge, and through careful teaching and apprenticeship, preserve it across generations. Then there are the globally recurring motifs in art and artifact design. The spiral, the serpent, the sun disk, the zigzag pattern, the circle within a square, and the sacred knot appear on every continent, from the carvings of Catalhook to the murals of Teotihuacan, from Celtic stone circles to Aboriginal rock art. These motifs are consistent not just in shape, but in meaning. Spirals represent energy and consciousness. Serpents symbolize transformation and cosmic cycles. Sun disks represent life force, time, and renewal. These symbols form a shared visual language, a universal lexicon that transcends geography and time. Some artifacts even defy categorization. The Saqqara bird of Egypt resembles a modern glider. The Dorchester pot, found in Massachusetts, appears to be a primitive electrical device. The Roman dodecahedrons, whose purpose remains unknown, have been discovered across Europe. The existence of these objects raises profound questions. Were ancient civilizations experimenting with flight, energy, or measurement? Were they mapping cosmic or earthly forces using tools we cannot yet comprehend? The astonishing thing is that many of these artifacts are aligned with celestial knowledge. Structures, carvings, and even objects are not arbitrary. They encode information about solstices, equinoxes, planetary cycles, and star constellations. Ancient artifacts, when studied as a network rather than individually, reveal a global system of recording and sharing knowledge, a system sophisticated enough to track time, geometry, astronomy, and energy across continents. Artifacts also hint at ritual and consciousness technology. Some objects, particularly amulets, ceremonial blades, and symbolic carvings, suggest they were used in practices aimed at altering awareness, aligning human consciousness, or connecting with the universe. Across cultures, we see objects designed not for utility alone, but for energetic interaction, whether by touch, vibration, or resonance. The recurrence of similar ritual objects across continents suggests that the knowledge associated with them was shared or inherited, preserved not in books but in physical experience. What emerges from these artifacts is a startling conclusion. The ancient world was far more interconnected and sophisticated than modern history allows. The same patterns, motifs, structures, and tools appear globally, often dating to periods long before conventional history claimed significant contact between continents. These artifacts are not anomalies. They are evidence of a network of knowledge, a memory encoded in stone, metal, and sound, passed down across millennia. But there is also a cautionary element. Artifacts alone cannot teach us the knowledge. They are keys, but the locks remain in human consciousness. Much of what we see is only interpretable when we understand the context: geometry, cosmology, sound, ritual, and energy. Without this awareness, artifacts are puzzling curiosities. With it, they become tools for remembering, gateways to a civilization that once connected the globe in ways that modern humanity is only beginning to comprehend. Perhaps the most important lesson from these artifacts is this: the ancient world was not fragmented. It was a network. Knowledge, technology, symbolism, and consciousness were shared, encoded, and preserved intentionally. Each artifact, each megalith, each carved symbol is a breadcrumb left across time, guiding humanity to a reconnection with our past and with each other. The challenge now is not to collect or catalog these objects. It is to interpret them as a network, to understand the principles that allowed civilizations separated by oceans and mountains to achieve astonishing feats. They are more than relics. They are the memory of a forgotten global civilization, waiting for humanity to remember, awaken, and reclaim the knowledge that was nearly lost to time. The artifacts speak, if we are willing to listen. They tell us that the world was once connected, that knowledge was shared globally, and that the ancients were not merely isolated geniuses. They were part of a single expansive network that spanned continents, oceans, and ages. And in listening to them, we are taking first steps toward understanding not only the past, but the future of human potential. If artifacts reveal a tangible record of global knowledge, then the next layer of the ancient network lies in astronomy, the stars themselves. Because when we examine the night sky through the lens of ancient civilizations, we discover a shared obsession with celestial patterns, precise alignments, and cosmic timing. The stars were not distant lights to these cultures. They were timelines, calendars, and guides. They were living maps for navigation, ritual, architecture, and consciousness. The Egyptians aligned the Great Pyramid of Giza not just to the cardinal points, but to the stars of Orion's belt. The shaft inside the king's chamber point precisely to celestial bodies, acting as conduits for ritual, meditation, and initiation. Thousands of miles away, the Maya constructed observatories at Uxmal and Köpen to track Venus with astonishing precision. Even minor adjustments in temple orientation reveal their awareness of precession, the slow wobble of the Earth that takes nearly 26,000 years to complete a full cycle. In the Andes, the Inca-built structures at Machu Picchu and Ollantaytambo align with solstices and stellar events. The Temple of the Sun was not merely ceremonial. It functioned as a calendar, predicting planting seasons, tracking equinoxes, and maintaining harmony with the rhythm of the cosmos. Across Europe, Stonehenge marks solstices, lunar cycles, and eclipses. In Cambodia, the Angkor Wat complex aligns with the solstices, while its bas-reliefs depict astronomical phenomena that correspond to celestial movements thousands of years ago. The consistency is remarkable. The same celestial focus emerges in civilizations that supposedly had no contact. From the deserts of Egypt to the jungles of Central America, from the highlands of Peru to the plains of Europe and Asia, the ancients all observed, recorded, and encoded the sky's cycles into their architecture, myth, and ritual. Why? Because the ancients understood that the cosmos mirrors consciousness. The position of stars, the rise and fall of planets, the cycles of the moon and sun, these were not merely astronomical events. They were energetic phenomena that shaped human perception, influenced collective behavior, and connected Earth to higher consciousness. By tracking celestial patterns, ancient people could predict natural events, synchronize communities, and preserve memory across generations. The Maya long count calendar is a prime example. Far from being a simple tracking system, it encodes cycles of Venus, eclipses, lunar phases, and even longer cycles linked to the precession of the equinoxes. The calendar was not meant for casual observation. It was a tool for awakening, a guide for ritual timing, agricultural cycles, and spiritual alignment. Its accuracy is staggering. Without telescopes, computers, or modern instruments, the Maya predicted celestial events with precision that rivals contemporary astronomy. Even the stars themselves appear in myth. In Egypt, Orion represented Osiris, the god of regeneration. Sirius, the brightest star, signaled the flooding of the Nile, ensuring agricultural survival. In Mesoamerica, the Pleiades guided rituals and marked seasonal change. In India, constellations like Mrigashira and Rohini dictated sacred festivals and rites of passage. Across continents, stars became anchors for memory, reminders of cycles, history, and the position of humanity within the cosmos. There is also the question of knowledge transmission. How did cultures separated by oceans and mountains come to observe the same stars, use the same constellations, and incorporate identical celestial symbolism? One possibility is inheritance, a shared memory from a previous civilization whose reach spanned continents. Another is communication via maritime networks, as we explored earlier, allowing knowledge to circulate across the globe long before recorded history. Precession adds another layer of mystery. Ancient structures, from pyramids to stone circles, are aligned not only to observable stars, but to celestial positions that existed thousands of years prior. For instance, the Great Pyramid's alignment to Orion reflects its position in the sky over 10,000 years ago. This suggests that knowledge of astronomy was not newly discovered, but inherited from a previous epoch, a civilization that understood the cosmos with a depth we are only now beginning to appreciate. The implications are profound. Astronomy was not mere observation. It was technology, ritual, and consciousness management. Aligning buildings with the stars focused collective attention, created resonance with cosmic energy, and connected people to cycles far larger than themselves. The architecture becomes a bridge between earth and sky, between matter and consciousness, between the mundane and the sacred. Even the myths point to advanced astronomical knowledge. Stories of gods descending from the sky, serpents coiling across the heavens, and celestial battles are often metaphors for planetary movements, eclipses, and precessional cycles. What appears as myth in one culture often maps to measurable phenomena in another. This consistency cannot be coincidence. It is evidence of a shared, global understanding of the cosmos. Moreover, the stars were interactive tools, not just objects of study. Ancient ritual often involved specific alignments during solstices, equinoxes, or eclipses, suggesting that ceremonial timing was designed to maximize energetic impact. Observatories, pyramids, and temples served as instruments for directing energy, heightening perception, and synchronizing consciousness with cosmic cycles. The sky was a laboratory, and humanity was both the observer and the participant. The global recurrence of this knowledge raises the tantalizing question: did ancient civilizations coordinate astronomy intentionally? Could it be that they were part of a network not only sharing ritual, stonework, and language, but also celestial observations, ensuring that knowledge of the cosmos remains synchronized worldwide? If so, then we are witnessing evidence of civilization far more advanced and interconnected than history allows. The precision, sophistication, and consistency of ancient astronomy point not to isolated genius, but a collective knowledge transmitted over millennia. It is a network of understanding that transcends continents, cultures, and eras, a network whose echoes remain embedded in ruins, myths, and artifacts. Astronomy was therefore more than science. It was a key to survival, consciousness, and memory. Observing the stars was observing time itself. It was mapping cycles that influence everything on Earth: floods, droughts, fertility, and human awareness. By encoding that knowledge into stone, ritual, and language, ancient civilizations preserved a cosmic memory, ensuring that the next generation could reconnect with the cycles of the universe. Ultimately, the stars were a universal language, one that transcended politics, geography, and language barriers. They connected humanity to the cosmos, to each other, and to a shared understanding of reality. By studying ancient alignments, myths, and calendars, we are beginning to decode that language, a language of cycles, consciousness, and connection that may reveal the true scope of the global network. Through astronomy, it becomes clear ancient civilizations were not isolated. They were not primitive. They were participants in a shared cosmic understanding, a global web of knowledge stretching across time and space. And in recognizing these patterns, we start to see the astonishing truth. The stars were not distant observers. They were guides, teachers, and witnesses to a civilization that once knew how to unify humanity and the cosmos in perfect harmony. If astronomy served as a universal guide for ancient civilizations, then the next question arises: how do they apply this knowledge to energy, consciousness, and technology? Because scattered across the globe are sites, structures, and objects that appear designed not only to observe the sky, but to channel, store, and manipulate energy in ways we are only beginning to understand. These were not merely buildings. They were tools, laboratories, and amplifiers of consciousness. The Great Pyramid of Giza is the most famous example. Its internal chambers, shafts, and precise orientation suggest that it functioned as more than a tomb. The King's Chamber, constructed from granite blocks quarried hundreds of miles away, resonates at a frequency that matches the natural oscillation of water, stone, and even human vocal cords. Some researchers propose that the pyramid itself acted as an acoustic or vibrational device, amplifying sound, generating subtle energy fields, or producing states of heightened awareness. Thousands of miles away in Peru, the megalithic stones at Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo show signs of precise interlocking and placement that suggest knowledge of resonance and vibration. These stones were not merely stacked. They were fitted together in ways that allow movement and energy to flow. Indigenous oral traditions speak of sacred sites as places where humans could interact directly with the energy of the earth. The ancients understood that the planet itself is a conductor, and that certain locations and constructions could amplify consciousness and harmonize human awareness. This is where sacred geometry comes back into play. Geometry was not abstract. It was a functional science. Circles, spiral, triangles, and the golden ratio were used to align structures with natural forces, celestial cycles, and human perception. The positioning of walls, doors, and chambers was carefully calculated to optimize energetic flow, whether it be for ritual, meditation, or long-term knowledge preservation. A temple was more than a house of worship. It was a resonance machine, designed to connect humans to the rhythms of the universe. Ancient texts across cultures hint at this understanding. Egyptian hieroglyphs describe the use of sound and vibration in ritual. Vedic scriptures detail the role of mantras and tonal frequency in awakening consciousness. In the Americas, shamans chanted, drummed, and danced to activate sacred spaces. The repetition of these practices across continents suggests a shared technological and spiritual understanding, the use of sound, vibration, and geometry to influence both matter and mind. Even water appears to have played a role. In Machu Picchu, channels of flowing water run through temples and plazas. Indigenous accounts speak of the sound of water as an amplifier for ritual, meditation, and energy flow. Water, which responds to vibration, may have been intentionally used as a medium for energy transmission. Similarly, in Egypt, the Nile and its associated canals were carefully aligned with temple complexes, possibly as part of a broader system connecting human activity, water, and cosmic cycles. The more we examine these sites, the more the evidence suggests that ancient civilizations were experts in natural energy manipulation. They were not merely building monuments. They were creating energy devices, carefully designed to interact with the earth, the stars, and the human body. Consider also the concept of levitation and transportation of megaliths. Across the globe, massive stones were moved, lifted, and fitted with precision that seems impossible without advanced techniques. Some researchers theorize that resonance and vibration may have been used to manipulate matter, making it easy to transport, shape, or even soften stone. Legends from the Andes speak of priests singing to stones. Egyptian texts reference sounds that could move objects. Could it be that energy manipulation was part of practical construction techniques? The evidence hints strongly in that direction. And then there is the question of frequency and consciousness. Modern experiments have shown that sound waves, resonance, and vibration can affect human brain waves, alter perception, and even influence matter at a molecular level. Ancient civilizations may have discovered this empirically, using temples, pyramids, and ceremonial spaces as tools to expand awareness and preserve memory. In essence, their architecture and ritual were the predecessors of technology, we are only beginning to explore scientifically. The global consistency of these practices is striking. In Egypt, pyramids resonate. In Peru, megaliths resonate. In Cambodia, Angkor Wat and other temples align with energy grids and celestial events. In Europe, stone circles, dolmens, and passage tombs mark solstices and channel subtle energy. Across continents, across millennia, the same principles appear: geometry, resonance, alignment, and consciousness. Even legends hint at lost technologies. Myths describe machines powered by sound, energy, or divine frequency. In Sumer, there are references to devices that transmit light and energy. In the Americas, the quipus, a system of knotted cords, was used not only to record numbers, but, according to some interpretations, to store and transmit information energetically. Across cultures, we see references to lost energy technologies, hidden knowledge, and methods that blend science, spirituality, and consciousness. This raises a critical point. Ancient civilizations were not primitive. They were not isolated. They were participants in a global network of energy and knowledge, combining astronomy, geometry, sound, water, and architecture to maintain memory, preserve consciousness, and harmonize human society with the cosmos. The ultimate implication is staggering. If these technologies and practices were shared globally, it suggests the existence of a civilization or a network of civilizations that preceded recorded history, capable of manipulating natural forces, preserving knowledge across generations, and influencing consciousness in ways that modern humans are only beginning to rediscover. Understanding this changes everything. It reframes the purpose of ancient monuments. It reframes myths, rituals, and sacred texts. It shows us that the ancients were not merely worshiping the universe. They were interacting with it. They were aware of energy, vibration, geometry, and celestial cycles, and they designed systems to synchronize humanity with these forces. Ultimately, the message is clear. The remnants of energy knowledge scattered across the globe are not relics. They are instructions. They are keys to understanding a lost science of consciousness, a global network of awareness, and a civilization that knew how to harmonize humanity with the universe itself. And as we piece together the puzzle, through artifacts, geometry, astronomy, language, and energy practices, we begin to see that the ancient world was not fragmented. It was unified, connected, intelligent, and it is calling us to remember, rediscover, and awaken the knowledge that was nearly lost to time. If ancient civilizations understood energy, resonance, and the cosmos, then the next natural question is, what role did consciousness itself play in their global network? Because while we often focus on architecture, astronomy, and artifacts, the most profound thread linking these civilizations is not stone, metal, or star. It is a human mind. Across continents, myths, rituals, and sacred texts point to an astonishing truth. Ancient civilizations believed that consciousness was not passive, but a force capable of shaping reality. In the Vedic traditions of India, consciousness is described as Brahman, the fundamental reality underlying all existence. It is not merely awareness. It is creative energy, the source of matter, life, and the universe itself. Through meditation, mantra, and ritual, practitioners sought to align themselves with this universal consciousness, accessing knowledge and abilities far beyond ordinary perception. Across the globe, similar ideas emerge. The Egyptian priesthood taught that the mind could access cosmic memory through ritual, sacred geometry, and alignment with the stars. The shamanic traditions of the Americas describe trance states induced by rhythm, chant, and plant medicines, allowing practitioners to navigate spiritual realms, access ancient knowledge, and communicate with forces beyond ordinary perception. In Polynesia, oral traditions recount journeys of the soul guided by stars and intuition, revealing a deep understanding of the connection between mind and universe. What is remarkable is the consistency of these practices. Different cultures, thousands of miles apart, independently developed methods to expand consciousness. They did not need telescopes or laboratories. They used sound, movement, meditation, observation, and ritual. Their goal was to perceive the hidden order of the cosmos, to understand cycles of time, energy, and consciousness itself. Evidence suggests that this was not merely spiritual. It was practical. Ancient civilizations linked consciousness to survival, memory, and societal harmony. The ability to enter heightened states allowed knowledge keepers to observe celestial patterns, predict environmental changes, construct monumental architecture, and pass down wisdom encoded in symbols and rituals. Consciousness was a tool for navigation, planning, and preservation, not just personal enlightenment. Even the design of sacred sites reflects this understanding. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for instance, is not only aligned to stars and cardinal points, but its internal chambers are thought to facilitate meditative or altered states of consciousness. The act of moving to the pyramid, descending, ascending, passing through chambers, may have been a form of psychological and spiritual conditioning, synchronizing the individual with cosmic rhythms. Similar patterns are found in Mesoamerican pyramids, Incan sun temples, and Neolithic passage tombs in Europe. In every case, architecture and consciousness are inseparable. Sound and vibration are critical components. Ancient chanting, drumming, and singing were not merely cultural expressions. They were technologies of consciousness. They induced specific brainwave patterns, alter perception, and synchronize group awareness. Modern research confirms that rhythm, tone, and resonance can affect neurological activity, enhancing memory, focus, and even physical states. The ancients were effectively using early neurotechnology embedded within ritual and geometry to shape consciousness deliberately. Sacred geometry, too, plays a role in consciousness. Shapes like the circle, triangle, spiral, and golden ratio are repeated across civilizations not because of aesthetic preference, but because of their effect on the mind. These forms resonate with the brain perception, the natural rhythms of the body, and even the environment itself. Walking through a temple, observing a spiral carving, or meditating in a geometric space would naturally enhance focus, memory, and awareness. Consciousness was being cultivated in tandem with the physical world. Even myths encode consciousness technology. Stories of gods, heroes, and cosmic battles often describe inner journeys as much as external events. The serpent, the lotus, the cosmic tree, and the hero's journey are metaphors for the expansion of perception, mastery of self, and alignment with universal cycles. These narratives were instruction manuals for consciousness, ensuring that memory and knowledge survived even when civilization collapsed. Furthermore, the shared consciousness model explains the global recurrence of similar myths, symbols, and rituals. If consciousness itself can be trained, transmitted, and encoded into material and social structures, then the similarities between distant civilizations are no longer accidental. They reflect a shared understanding of mind and universe, preserved through architecture, ritual, language, and art. This may also explain the phenomenon of synchronized ancient knowledge. Astronomy, geometry, and calendars all align across cultures because consciousness itself was a common medium. By cultivating heightened awareness, ancient knowledge keepers could access patterns in nature and the cosmos, independent of location. They did not need direct contact. They were observing the same universal truths and encoding them in similar ways across the globe. Consider meditation, mantra, and sound as a form of non-material technology. A practitioner focusing on a sound, movement, or visual pattern is effectively tuning into a frequency that connects them to the cycles of the earth, the stars, and human consciousness. The tools of consciousness are universal: rhythm, resonance, geometry, and observation. These were refined over generations and encoded into culture, architecture, and myth. Perhaps the most astonishing implication is that human consciousness was viewed as participatory, not passive. Ancient civilizations believed that through awareness, humans could influence the material world, harmonize with cosmic cycles, and maintain the network of knowledge. Consciousness was a medium, a bridge, and a storage system for the memory of the civilization itself. It was both the instrument and the goal. When we consider consciousness in this light, a new perspective emerges. The global network of ancient civilizations was not merely a network of trade, language, or technology. It was a network of awareness, a shared understanding of reality itself. Each civilization contributed to a cumulative knowledge base, encoded in monuments, myths, artifacts, and sound, all of which interacted with human consciousness. And as we recover fragments of this knowledge today, through archaeology, linguistics, astronomy, and sacred geometry, we are not simply discovering history. We are reconnecting with a network of consciousness that once spanned the globe. The patterns are returning, not as theory, but as resonance with the mind, memory, and awareness of humanity itself. In essence, consciousness was the glue of the ancient global network. Stone, metal, language, and ritual were the hardware. Consciousness was the software. Without understanding this, the sophistication of ancient civilizations remains mysterious. With it, the pieces begin to form a coherent picture, a world in which humanity was deeply connected, globally aware, and capable of interacting with the cosmos in ways modern science is only beginning to explore. Humanity is awakening to this understanding once again. As we study ancient sites, observe celestial patterns, and decode artifacts, we are not merely learning about the past. We are remembering a system of consciousness, a global network of awareness, energy, and knowledge designed to survive cycles of forgetting and renewal. The ancients did not just build monuments. They cultivated the mind. They engineered consciousness. They left us a blueprint for awakening. And as we begin to comprehend this, the scale of the ancient global network becomes clear. It was not a network of cities, ships, or stones alone. It was a network of minds, connected to each other, the earth and the stars, preserving memory, energy, and knowledge across time. The human mind was always a medium, and it remains the key to unlocking the secrets of the ancient world. If consciousness was a central thread linking ancient civilizations, then the next question arises naturally. What catastrophic events disrupted this global network, scattering knowledge and fragmenting human memory? Because when we examine the archaeological record, geological evidence, and ancient myths, we begin to see a pattern. One of sudden upheaval, floods, fires, and celestial events that reshaped the world. These events were not gradual. They were cataclysmic, leaving destruction, loss, and profound gap in human history. One of the most cited events is the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, during which massive glaciers melted, sea levels rose, and entire coastlines disappeared. The rising ocean swallowed coastal settlements, erasing evidence of highly developed societies that once thrived near rivers, lakes, and seas. Legends across the globe recall this destruction. In Sumerian texts, we read of a great flood that reshaped the land. In Hindu mythology, the story of Manu recounts the survival of one man and his knowledge through a cosmic deluge. In Mesoamerica, the Maya describes cycles of destruction by water, fire, and celestial upheaval. In Polynesian oral history, entire islands were submerged and survivors migrated to new lands, carrying fragments of their knowledge. But the flood is only part of the story. Geological evidence indicates catastrophic earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and comet impacts that would have disrupted civilizations worldwide. The eruption of Thera, Santorini, around 1600 BC devastated the Minoan civilization and sent tsunamis across the Mediterranean. Other, less documented events, possibly comets or meteor strikes, would have left shockwaves, fires, and climate disruption that affected multiple continents. The Earth itself was in turmoil. This chaos had profound implications for human knowledge. Cities and monuments were destroyed, libraries and temples burned, and oral traditions scattered. The result was a rupture, a break in continuity. Knowledge that had taken thousands of years to accumulate was lost almost overnight. Survivors rebuilt, but often with partial understanding, relying on fragments of memory, myth, and ritual. This explains why later civilizations, no matter how advanced, often struggled to replicate the achievements of their predecessors. Legends preserve memories of these disruptions. In Egypt, the pharaohs speak of lost dynasties and the arrival of survivors from distant lands. In the Americas, myths describe giants, beings of great knowledge, and a time when humans could communicate with the gods, before catastrophe changed everything. In India, the concept of yugas describes cycles of human civilization rising to great heights before falling into darkness and ignorance. These stories are not merely symbolic. They are encoded historical memory, warning of the fragility of knowledge and civilization. Archaeological anomalies support this idea. At Göbekli Tepe, we find monumental stonework dating to a time when humans were supposedly still hunter-gatherers. How could such knowledge exist if it had to be built from scratch? Perhaps it was inherited, passed down by survivors of a lost network. Similarly, the pyramids of Egypt and the megalithic sites of Peru predate conventional timelines for complex engineering. These sites may be remnants of a civilization that existed before the cataclysm, a civilization whose knowledge was preserved and partially transmitted to subsequent societies. Even geography tells a story. Many submerged structures lie along ancient coastlines now underwater, from the coast of India to the Caribbean and the Mediterranean. Sunken cities like Dwarka in India and structures off the coast of Japan hint at entire civilizations lost to rising seas. If these were part of a global network, their destruction would have had ripple effects across continents, disrupting trade, language, and technology simultaneously. Astronomical records also corroborate catastrophes. Ancient myths of fiery skies, falling stars, and celestial battles are more than poetic imagination. Geological evidence supports cometary impacts and meteor showers that coincide with periods of global upheaval. These events could have caused immediate destruction, altered climate patterns, and created societal collapse. Survivors would have been left with fragments of technology, ritual, and knowledge, which they encoded into symbols, myths, and monuments. This rupture explains another curious phenomenon: the decline of precision in construction over time. Many early megalithic sites show levels of engineering, geometry, and astronomical alignment that later civilizations could not reproduce. In Egypt, the earliest pyramids exhibit perfect alignment with cardinal points, while later structures gradually deviate. In Peru, the largest and most precise stones at Sacsayhuaman appear to predate smaller, less precise masonry. Across the globe, we see a pattern. The oldest construction is often the most advanced, suggesting that knowledge was lost, fragmented, or misunderstood after catastrophe. The fragmentation of knowledge also affected culture, language, and religion. Oral traditions were preserved, but altered. Myths evolved. Symbols became cryptic, and rituals were simplified or misinterpreted. The original purpose of structures, chants, and artifacts, often designed to manipulate energy, consciousness, or matter, was forgotten or partially understood. What remained were echoes, subtle hints that a global civilization once existed and operated with incredible sophistication. Catastrophic events also explain why evidence of global connectivity is so difficult to trace. Cities were destroyed, trade networks broken, and oceanic travel routes submerged. Ancient communication relied on these networks, and their collapse led to isolation and independent development, creating the illusion that civilizations evolved separately. Yet when we trace architecture, language, astronomy, and artifacts, the fingerprints of the original global network become unmistakable. Ultimately, these catastrophes were both destructive and transformative. They destroyed the material foundation of knowledge, but preserved memory encoded in consciousness, myth, and ritual. Survivors became the seed for new civilizations, carrying fragments of advanced knowledge, which were encoded in art, language, and monuments. Over generations, these fragments evolved into what we now recognize as the foundations of modern human civilization. The pattern is clear. Cataclysm fragmented a once-connected global network, scattering knowledge across continents and centuries. But it did not erase it entirely. Echoes survive in stone, symbol, ritual, language, and consciousness, waiting to be pieced together. By studying these echoes, we begin to reconstruct the story of a civilization that existed before history, whose achievements, knowledge, and global connectivity surpass what conventional narratives allow. In the end, understanding these cataclysms is crucial. They remind us that human knowledge is fragile, yet resilient. Civilization may fall, but memory, encoded in consciousness, language, and culture, can endure. The ancients were aware of this. Their monuments, myths, and rituals were designed to preserve knowledge through cycles of destruction and renewal. By recognizing these patterns, we not only uncover the past, but we gain insight into how knowledge, consciousness, and civilization can survive even the greatest catastrophes. The cataclysms that shattered the ancient global network were devastating, but they also preserved a legacy. It is a legacy that whispers across time, calling humanity to remember, reconnect, and awaken to the hidden wisdom of our ancestors, a wisdom that spans continents, ages, and consciousness itself. If cataclysms scattered knowledge across the globe, the next question becomes inevitable. How did survivors rebuild and preserve fragments of this ancient network? Because despite the destruction, humanity did not start over completely. Across continents, we find hints of continuity, adaptation, and ingenuity. These were not isolated pockets of rebuilding. They were the beginnings of a reconnection with lost knowledge, carefully encoded into culture, ritual, architecture, and language to survive the upheaval. One of the clearest examples is in Egypt. After the so-called First Dynasty, new kingdoms arose that meticulously reconstructed monuments, encoded astronomical knowledge into temples, and preserved rituals that echoed much older traditions. Even though earlier civilizations had been disrupted, the knowledge of geometry, alignment, and ritual was retained, sometimes hidden in plain sight within hieroglyphs, temple design, and ceremonial practices. The architecture itself became a repository of memory, ensuring that the core knowledge survived even if its origins were forgotten. Similarly, in the Americas, survivors of cataclysmic events carried knowledge of agriculture, astronomy, and sacred architecture into construction of pyramids, temples, and ceremonial plazas. The Maya, Aztec, and Inca civilizations all encoded precise solar, lunar, and planetary cycles into their constructions, echoing patterns that existed long before their time. This suggests that the knowledge was inherited, not invented, a conscious effort to preserve the global network's insights despite fragmented history. In Asia, ancient texts provide evidence of continuity as well. Vedic scriptures, Brahmanic texts, and the Upanishads retain detailed knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and cosmology that could only have originated in a highly advanced civilization. These texts survive cycles of destruction and renewal, passed down through generations, sometimes orally, sometimes written. In some cases, knowledge was deliberately encoded in myth and allegory to protect it from the ravages of time, war, or societal collapse. Across the Pacific, Polynesian navigators preserved knowledge of long-distance ocean travel that allowed them to colonize islands spread across thousands of miles. They maintained precise understanding of stars, currents, and winds, transmitting the memory of navigation and celestial observation. In essence, the sea became a library, storing and transmitting knowledge in the patterns of waves, stars, and migration routes. This preservation often involved symbolic encoding. Sacred geometry, rituals, and art became vessels for memory. The spiral, the circle, and the serpent, symbols that appear globally, serve as mnemonic devices, helping transmit knowledge about energy, consciousness, and cosmology across generations. In Egypt, the lotus and serpent motifs conveyed spiritual and energetic principles. In India, the mandala preserved cosmological and spiritual information. In the Americas, serpents and geometric patterns did the same. These symbols were not decorative. They were instruction manuals disguised as myth and art, enabling survival of knowledge even as civilizations themselves were disrupted. Trade and migration also played a crucial role. Survivors carried fragments of knowledge across continents. Seeds, tools, rituals, and oral traditions spread far beyond their original locales. This movement explains the surprising similarities between distant cultures. Pyramids in Egypt, Mesoamerica, and the Andes, serpent and spiral symbols in Europe, Asia, and the Americas, megalithic construction across continents. The global network did not vanish. It reassembled itself piecemeal, adapting to new geographies, climates, and cultural conditions. Language served as another preservation tool. Root words, phonetics, and sacred chants survived in Sanskrit, Egyptian hieroglyphs, Latin, indigenous languages of the Americas, and Polynesian dialects. These linguistic threads maintain knowledge of the cosmos, rituals, and spiritual practices. Words encoded frequency, meaning, and cosmic principles, allowing subsequent generations to access fragments of a once global understanding. Even after millennia, echoes of this linguistic network remain embedded in modern languages and oral traditions. Artifacts were also repurposed. Megaliths, statues, ceremonial tools, and maps survived as tangible carriers of knowledge. Even if the civilization that originally created them had vanished, these objects continued to transmit information. The Piri Reis map, for instance, preserved knowledge of coastlines long submerged or forgotten. Megalithic structures aligned to stars and solstices remained, silently instructing successive generations in celestial cycles. These objects were not inert. They were living repositories of memory, guiding humanity through cycles of forgetting and rediscovery. In addition, ritual practice became a critical survival strategy. By encoding knowledge into ceremony, dance, chant, and meditation, survivors ensured that understanding persisted even when literacy and material technology were lost. Ritual was a dynamic repository, preserving astronomy, energy principles, sacred geometry, and consciousness techniques in embodied form. Participation in ritual allowed people to experience knowledge directly, rather than relying solely on texts or artifacts, ensuring continuity across generations. We also see evidence of adaptation and simplification. Knowledge was sometimes compressed or abstracted to survive catastrophic disruption. Complex scientific or energetic principles were encoded as myths, legends, and allegories, accessible only to initiates or practitioners who have been trained in interpretation. This explains why many ancient myths appear fantastical. They were memory containers, carefully protecting advanced knowledge from loss or misuse. Finally, the rebuilding process was intentional and global. Even in fragmented post-cataclysm societies, there was a conscious effort to reconstruct observatories, temples, and monuments aligned with celestial patterns. The alignment of pyramid, megaliths, and ceremonial sites across continents shows a deliberate effort to maintain synchronization with cosmic cycles, energy flow, and consciousness principles. Survivors were not merely rebuilding. They were restoring a network, preserving fragments of a lost civilization in ways that could guide future generations. In essence, the survivors became the guardians of a hidden global network. Their efforts ensured that knowledge of astronomy, geometry, energy, and consciousness did not disappear entirely, even as the world around them changed dramatically. They encoded what they could into symbols, myths, rituals, architecture, and language, leaving a trail for those who could recognize and decode it. The implications are staggering. It suggests that human history is not linear, but cyclical. Civilization rises, achieves great heights, is disrupted in fragments, but memory persists in multiple forms, waiting to be reassembled. The ancient network, once global, may have been shattered by catastrophe, but it never fully vanished. Its threads remain embedded in monuments, language, ritual, and consciousness, silently awaiting rediscovery. By tracing these threads today, we begin to understand not only how ancient civilizations survived and preserved knowledge, but also how modern humanity can reconnect with a global, integrated understanding of energy, consciousness, and the cosmos. What the survivors achieved in the aftermath of cataclysm was nothing short of extraordinary. They ensured that the wisdom of a lost global civilization could endure, and that future generations might one day piece the network back together. If survivors preserve fragments of a lost global network, then the next mystery emerges naturally. How did these remnants influence later civilizations, shaping the course of human history in subtle but profound ways? Because when we examine the rise of seemingly independent civilizations after cataclysm, patterns appear. Patterns of architecture, astronomy, language, and ritual that echo the advanced knowledge of a civilization that had come before. What appears as independent invention may in fact be inheritance through fragmented memory, adapted to new times and geographies. In Egypt, the Old Kingdom monuments reflect this inheritance. The precise alignment of pyramids, the mathematical sophistication, and the symbolic depth suggest knowledge passed down from an earlier, pre-cataclysm civilization. Yet by the Middle and New Kingdoms, some of this knowledge appears simplified, abstracted, or ritualized. The surviving scribes, priests, and architects maintain the core principles of geometry, astronomy, and consciousness, encoding them into mythology, ceremonial practice, and architectural design. What was once technical knowledge became sacred art, ensuring its survival even as its practical application became obscured. Across the Mediterranean, the Minoans and later the Greeks exhibit a similar phenomenon. Monumental architecture, astronomical awareness, and mathematical understanding reflect echoes of earlier knowledge, but filtered through local culture and mythology. For example, the Parthenon geometry and orientation are not arbitrary. They align with celestial events and harmonic ratios, echoing principles observed millennia earlier in Egypt and Mesopotamia. These civilizations were building upon the memory of a network, even if the original connections were forgotten. In the Americas, the Maya and Aztec civilizations encoded inherited astronomical and calendrical knowledge into their pyramids, observatories, and ritual practices. The Maya long count calendar, tracking cycles of Venus, lunar phases, and eclipses, reflects an understanding of cosmic cycles that predates their civilization. These knowledge threads, embedded in architecture, ritual, and oral tradition, survive through continuous observation and refinement, despite centuries of environmental and societal upheaval. Asia tells a similar story. Ancient India preserved Vedic texts containing advanced mathematics, astronomy, and cosmology. The knowledge encoded in these texts, often in symbolic or allegorical form, reveals a deep continuity with older civilizations. The meticulous attention to numbers, cycles, and cosmic principles suggests that scholars were not working from scratch. They were interpreting and preserving inherited wisdom, ensuring that the principles of the lost global network survived. Even in Europe, remnants of knowledge appear in megalithic structures and Neolithic sites. Stone circles, passage tombs, and carvings demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of celestial cycles, geometry, and energy alignment. While later European civilizations did not maintain the same continuity of practice, these ancient monuments acted as repositories of knowledge, influencing myth, ritual, and even early scientific inquiry. Knowledge survived in form, waiting for rediscovery. The preservation of knowledge was not limited to physical structures. Language, myth, and ritual acted as living memory systems, encoding advanced principles in ways that could survive the ravages of time. The repetition of sacred chants, the performance of rituals at solstices and equinoxes, and the careful observation of celestial patterns all served to transmit knowledge through generations. Even when literacy was lost, embodied practices maintained continuity. Trade and migration facilitated further preservation and adaptation. Survivors of cataclysmic events carried tools, ideas, and practices to distant lands, allowing fragments of the network to influence the development of new civilizations. For example, the spread of pyramid-building practices from Egypt to Mesoamerica, or the recurring motifs of serpents, spirals, and sacred geometry, suggest that knowledge moved not only through observation, but also through human networks of memory and skill. Religious and spiritual institutions played a critical role. Priests, shamans, and teachers acted as custodians of memory, interpreting and transmitting knowledge through ritual, teaching, and ceremonial practice. Even when original technologies or techniques were lost, the principles remained encoded in ritual structure and symbolism. The performance of these rituals preserved a subtle, experiential understanding of energy, consciousness, and cosmic cycles, allowing successive generations to retain connection to the global network. Art and symbolism continue to carry memory. Motifs such as spirals, circles, snakes, and celestial discs appear repeatedly across continents and eras. These were not mere decorations. They were mnemonic devices, guiding perception, teaching principles of geometry, energy, and consciousness, and linking isolated societies to a broader, inherited understanding. Symbols acted as a bridge between eras, preserving knowledge even when material technology, literacy, or political structures had vanished. Astronomical observation remained central. Civilizations from Egypt to the Maya continued to align temples, pyramids, and monuments with stars, solstices, and equinoxes. This alignment was not only functional, but symbolic, linking the human mind and society to cosmic cycles. The knowledge of celestial timing, preserved through observation and ritual, allowed civilizations to maintain continuity with the ancient network even after the original sources of knowledge had been destroyed. The influence of these survivors is also evident in mathematics and science. Advanced calculation methods, geometry, and measurement techniques recur across civilizations, suggesting inherited understanding rather than independent invention. The Egyptian knowledge of pi, the Maya's complex calendrical mathematics, and the precision of Incan masonry all point to a shared foundation of knowledge, transmitted in fragmented but recognizably coherent form. Even mythology and oral tradition preserved encoded knowledge. Stories of floods, cosmic cycles, giants, and divine beings were not only symbolic, they were historical memory, transmitting information about catastrophic events, technological knowledge, and principles of energy and consciousness. By embedding knowledge in story and ritual, ancient civilizations ensured survival even when material culture was destroyed. In essence, the post-cataclysm civilizations were carriers of an inherited network, not isolated inventors. They preserved, adapted, and transmitted knowledge across generations, ensuring that humanity retained a connection, however fragmented, to the advanced understanding of the ancient global network. What appears as independent development across continents is, in fact, a continuation of a memory system, evolving, adapting, and surviving through catastrophe. The implications are staggering. If knowledge survived cataclysm through architecture, ritual, language, symbolism, and migration, then much of what we consider the birth of civilization may instead be a reconstruction of inherited wisdom. This challenges the conventional narrative of human progress as linear and isolated, suggesting instead that civilization is cyclical, interconnected, and deeply influenced by the echoes of a lost global network. By tracing these threads in later civilizations, we see not only survival but intentional preservation. Knowledge keepers ensured that even as societies rose, fell, and rebuilt, the essence of the network remained encoded in material culture, ritual, and consciousness. Modern humans are only beginning to decipher these threads, slowly reconnecting with a system of global knowledge that existed long before recorded history. In this light, the civilizations of Egypt, Mesoamerica, the Andes, Europe, and Asia are not isolated achievements. They are continuations of a fragmented but persistent global network shaped by survivors, preserved through ritual and symbolism, and echoed across continents and millennia. By studying their monuments, myths, and practices, we begin to see the remarkable resilience of human memory and the astonishing sophistication of the network that once connected the ancient world. If later civilizations inherited fragments of the ancient global network, the next profound question arises: what role did lost technology play in survival and influence of this network? Because scattered across the archaeological record are anomalies, tools, devices, and artifacts that challenge conventional timelines of human innovation. These are objects that, in the hands of their creators, enabled advanced construction, precise measurement, and perhaps even manipulation of energy or matter. They are the missing pieces that connect the dots between consciousness, architecture, astronomy, and survival in a disrupted world. Take, for instance, the Antikythera mechanism discovered off the coast of Greece. Dated over 2,000 years ago, this intricate device functioned as an astronomical computer, predicting eclipses, planetary positions, and lunar cycles with incredible accuracy. Conventional history struggles to explain how such precision could exist without mechanical precedent. But if we consider it as inherited knowledge from a fragmented global network, the puzzle begins to make sense. This device may have been one small piece of a larger system of technological understanding, preserved by survivors and passed down through generations, even as its full context was lost. Similarly, the Baghdad battery, a clay jar with a copper cylinder and iron rod, suggests the possibility of electrochemical experimentation long before modern electricity. Though its exact function remains debated, the mere existence of such an artifact points to knowledge of energy and materials that was far ahead of conventional timelines. Could it have been part of a broader global understanding of energy, a remnant of a network of technological innovation lost to cataclysm? Even tools used in construction defy explanation. The precision of Incan stonework at Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, and Machu Picchu remains unmatched. Stones weighing tens of tons were cut and fitted with millimeter precision, without metal saws or modern machinery. Similar feats appear in Egypt, with granite blocks in the Great Pyramid quarried and transported over hundreds of miles with astonishing accuracy. Some researchers propose that vibration, resonance, or yet unknown mechanical techniques may have been employed, techniques that combine practical engineering with a sophisticated understanding of energy and geometry. Maps are another area where lost technology appears to have survived. The Piri Reis map, drawn in 1513, depicts coastlines of continents with remarkable accuracy, including parts of Antarctica long before it was officially discovered. The precision suggests a deep understanding of geography, cartography, and possibly even global navigation networks that predate conventional exploration. Such artifacts hint at a technological memory embedded in human culture, preserved and transmitted through centuries of oral, ritual, and material continuity. Even smaller artifacts reveal astonishing sophistication. In the Americas, finely crafted tools, jewelry, and ceremonial items demonstrate a mastery of metallurgy and material science far beyond what traditional timelines suggest. The golden artifacts of the Muisca and Inca civilizations, for instance, exhibit chemical treatments and precision shaping that indicate high-level experimentation and knowledge transfer, likely inherited from prior global networks. These lost technologies were not just practical. They were integrated with consciousness and ritual. Ancient tools, devices, and structures were often designed to interact with human perception, resonance, and celestial cycles. Temples aligned to stars, pyramids tuned to frequencies, and ritual devices used in ceremonies suggest that ancient technology was not purely mechanical, but also energetic, symbolic, and consciousness-based. The integration of mind, matter, and energy reflects a system of knowledge that was holistic, global, and deeply interconnected. Even the recurrence of certain artifacts across continents suggests knowledge transfer. Obsidian blades in Mesoamerica, copper tools in Egypt and India, and megalithic transport methods in both Peru and the Mediterranean hint as shared toolkit of technological principles, adapted locally but rooted in a global understanding. These artifacts are echoes of a civilization that once communicated and experimented on a planetary scale. Ancient texts corroborate this lost technology. Egyptian hieroglyphs depict flying machines, tools of precision, and references to energy sources. Vedic texts describe devices and techniques that manipulate matter and consciousness. In the Americas, oral traditions describe advanced instruction methods, energy-based rituals, and machines whose purpose is now mysterious. Taken together, these sources suggest that technology was far more integrated with human perception and energy systems than modern science has acknowledged. The consequences of lost technology for the survival of the network are profound. When cataclysm struck, physical structures were destroyed, but knowledge embedded in ritual, artifacts, and consciousness survived. Tools and devices became symbolic objects, preserving the principles behind their use rather than the mechanics themselves. The result was a system of encoded memory that could be passed down, adapted, and eventually rediscovered. This explains why later civilizations, separated by centuries and continents, could replicate extraordinary achievements without knowing their full origin. Consider the global recurrence of megalithic architecture. From Egypt to Mesoamerica, Peru, and Europe, enormous stones were moved, carved, and fitted with precision impossible by conventional means. Could the ancients have possessed machines or techniques lost to history, mechanical, vibrational, or energetic? The consistency of precision across continents suggests that fragments of knowledge survived, transmitted through survivors who understood both the principles and the practical methods, even if full documentation was impossible after cataclysm. Lost technology also influenced the development of astronomy, energy, and consciousness practices. Observatories, temples, and ceremonial complexes incorporated mechanical and energetic principles to enhance observation, predict celestial events, and manipulate resonance. These structures were not isolated. They were technological instruments, extending human capability and knowledge. The fact that they were replicated across continents and eras suggests that survivors of cataclysm actively sought to preserve and apply these technologies. Even materials science reflects a continuity of lost technology. Advanced metallurgy, chemical treatment of stone, and precise cutting techniques all point to experimental knowledge inherited from a prior global network. What modern humans often consider miraculous was, for ancient societies, a combination of inherited technique and conscious application, passed down through generations as both practical skill and ritualized knowledge. The integration of technology, consciousness, and energy in these artifacts and structures challenges conventional narratives of human progress. It suggests that ancient civilizations were not primitive. They were technologically sophisticated, globally connected, and deeply aware of the principles of matter, energy, and consciousness. Their knowledge may have been partially lost, but the fragments that survive demonstrate a remarkable continuity and resilience. Ultimately, lost technology is more than curiosity. It is a key to understanding the global network of ancient civilizations, revealing how they survived cataclysm, preserved knowledge, and influenced later societies. By studying these artifacts, devices, and structures, we begin to see a coherent picture of a network that was advanced, interconnected, and astonishingly sophisticated, one that challenges everything we thought we knew about human history. The question remains, what other technologies are waiting to be rediscovered, encoded in stone, metal, or consciousness itself? If the past is a puzzle, these artifacts and devices are clues, guiding us to a forgotten science that united civilizations across continents, shaped consciousness, and allowed humanity to survive, and perhaps thrive, despite the cataclysms that sought to erase it. If lost technology preserved fragments of the global network, the next question naturally emerges. How do these technologies influence ancient trade, communication, and cross-cultural connectivity? Because beyond monuments, ritual, and consciousness, there exists evidence suggesting that ancient civilizations were not isolated. They were part of a cohesive network of exchange, both tangible and intangible. This network was far more sophisticated than mere bartering or trade of goods. It was a conduit for knowledge, energy, and cultural memory. Consider the movement of materials. Obsidian, copper, gold, and semi-precious stones were transported across continents, often over thousands of miles, long before conventional seafaring was thought possible. Obsidian from Anatolia appears in Mediterranean sites. Gold from South America traveled through local and regional networks. Copper from the Near East found its way into European Neolithic societies. These are not isolated trade anomalies. They suggest a systematic network of material exchange, capable of connecting distant civilizations with precision and purpose. But trade was not limited to materials. Artifacts suggest that knowledge and technology were also exchanged. Tools, measurement systems, architectural techniques, and astronomical observation methods appear in multiple regions, separated by oceans and mountains. The precision of megalithic construction in Europe, the Andes, and the Middle East, for example, implies the transmission of engineering principles rather than isolated experimentation. Similarly, astronomical alignments recur in Egyptian, Mayan, Incan, and European sites, suggesting that celestial knowledge was shared or inherited, not independently invented. Maritime networks were likely critical. Ancient seafaring was far more sophisticated than textbooks admit. Polynesian navigators traversed thousands of miles using stars, waves, and wind patterns. Egyptian and Phoenician sailors charted extensive Mediterranean routes. Indian Ocean trade connected Africa, India, and Southeast Asia. These maritime networks allowed not just the movement of goods, but the flow of ideas, rituals, and knowledge, creating the scaffolding for a global exchange system long before recorded history. Maps and cartography provide further evidence. The Piri Reis map, along with ancient charts from China, India, and the Mediterranean, indicate an advanced understanding of geography and oceanic navigation. These maps suggest that knowledge of coastlines, currents, and celestial navigation was systematically shared across regions. In other words, ancient civilizations were not merely surviving. They were actively maintaining a network of global awareness. Even language and symbolism reveal a connective thread. Glyphs, pictograms, and symbolic motifs recur across continents, from spirals in Europe and Mesoamerica to serpent and solar symbols in Asia and the Americas. While variations exist, the recurrence of these patterns hints at a shared symbolic language, a means of encoding and transmitting knowledge across cultures separated by geography. This symbolic system may have functioned as a universal mnemonic device, ensuring that critical knowledge persisted even after the collapse of central civilizations. Religious and ritual practices were another form of connection. Observances of solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles, and celestial events were synchronized across regions, often using temples, pyramids, and sacred sites as centers of communal observation. These coordinated practices suggest shared calendars, ceremonial knowledge, and observational techniques, passed across generations and geography. Ritual was not merely spiritual. It was also a practical tool for maintaining a cohesive network of knowledge. Economic structures also played a role. Control of essential resources, water, fertile land, minerals, required organization and communication. Evidence from Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Andes indicates that resource management was often tied to astronomy, ritual, and knowledge of energy, creating a system where trade, technology, and consciousness were integrated. In other words, commerce was inseparable from the broader network of knowledge, acting as both motivation and conduit for transmission. Even myths and oral traditions facilitated connectivity. Stories of floods, gods, cosmic events, and journeys appear across continents with striking similarity. These myths were not mere entertainment. They were repositories of encoded information, communicating warnings, techniques, and cosmic principles. By embedding practical knowledge within narrative, ancient societies created a medium capable of crossing linguistic and cultural barriers, preserving the network even during periods of upheaval or displacement. Archaeological evidence reinforces this concept. Ancient harbors, road networks, and storage facilities suggest that large-scale planning and distribution were possible. Surviving artifacts, including weights, measures, and standardized containers, indicate a shared system of commerce and measurement, allowing precise exchange over long distances. This infrastructure mirrors the flow of both goods and knowledge, creating a physical backbone for the global network. The recurrence of certain technological methods across continents further supports the idea of connectivity. Megalithic construction, advanced metallurgy, stone cutting, and quarrying techniques appear in multiple regions independently, or more plausibly, through knowledge transfer via trade and migration networks. Even when civilizations experienced collapse, survivors carried fragments of these technologies with them, ensuring that they influenced subsequent cultures. Celestial knowledge reinforced trade and connectivity. Accurate calendars, solstice and equinox markers, and predictive astronomy allowed societies to coordinate agricultural cycles, navigation, and ceremonial timing, facilitating trade and communication over vast distances. For example, tracking Venus, lunar phases, and eclipses enabled early societies to maintain synchronization across regions, ensuring that trade rituals and governance remained coherent despite geographic separation. Language and ritual created additional continuity. Shared chants, prayers, and symbolic systems acted as cultural glue, enabling societies to maintain cohesion even when direct contact was intermittent. Initiates trained in ritual and observation became custodians of the network, transmitting knowledge both vertically, within generations, and horizontally, across regions. This ensured that, even after cataclysms, the network remained partially intact. In essence, trade, migration, ritual, and symbolic communication created a multi-layered global network, integrating material exchange with technological, astronomical, and consciousness-based knowledge. This network persisted despite destruction, adapting to new contexts while preserving the core principles of ancient civilization. The implications are staggering. What appears to be isolated development across continents, pyramids in Egypt, Mesoamerica, and Peru, astronomical observatories in India, Egypt, and Central America, megalithic engineering in Europe and South America, is actually the result of persistent, adaptive network maintained through survivors' trade, ritual, and symbolic encoding. Humanity was far more interconnected than conventional history admits, operating as a global community of knowledge, keepers long before modern globalization. By recognizing these threads, we start to see ancient trade and migration not as simple economic activity, but as the lifeblood of a network of knowledge, preserving technology, ritual, consciousness, and astronomical understanding. Every artifact, temple, and ritual becomes a node in a system that spans continents and millennia, a network that survived catastrophes, evolved with human societies, and left traces we are only beginning to reconstruct today. In this light, trade and communication were not incidental. They were essential mechanisms for survival and continuity, ensuring that the wisdom of a lost global network could persist, adapt, and influence the trajectory of human civilization. They reveal a world in which knowledge, energy, and consciousness flowed as freely as goods and people, creating a web of connectivity that challenges everything we thought we knew about the ancient past. If ancient trade, communication, and migration preserve fragments of a global network, the next mystery to unravel is: how did myths, legends, and sacred stories function as encoded repositories of ancient knowledge? Because across continents and cultures, strikingly similar tales emerge. Stories of floods, cosmic battles, divine beings, giants, and lost civilizations. While these myths are often dismissed as mere folklore, a closer examination reveals that they may have served as instruction manuals, memory devices, and warning systems, carrying knowledge through generations when the physical and technological infrastructure of civilization was disrupted. Take, for example, the flood narratives. From the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh to the story of Noah in the Hebrew Bible, from Manu in India to the legends of inundated islands in Polynesia, myths describe a global cataclysm that reshaped human civilization. While the details differ, the consistent theme is unmistakable. Catastrophic events cause massive upheaval, and survivors preserve knowledge in encoded form. These stories acted as both memory and warning, guiding subsequent generations on survival, reconstruction, and the importance of retaining sacred knowledge. But floods were only one category. Myths also encode technological, astronomical, and energetic knowledge. In Egypt, stories of gods wielding tools of creation and control hint at the manipulation of matter and energy. In India, Vedic texts describe devices capable of extraordinary feats, often using allegorical language that conceals technical principles. In the Americas, legends of advanced sky people or giants detail knowledge of construction, astronomy, and medicine. The consistency of these stories across continents suggests that myths were not mere entertainment. They were vehicles for preserving advanced knowledge, particularly in times when physical artifacts or texts might be destroyed. Symbolism is central to this preservation. Serpents, spiral circles, and celestial motifs recur across cultures, serving as mnemonic devices. Spirals, for instance, may represent cycles of time, cosmic energy, or consciousness expansion. Serpents often symbolize both power and wisdom, sometimes tied to the flow of energy, water, or knowledge. Solar motifs mark solstices, equinoxes, and celestial cycles. These symbols were embedded in stories, art, and architecture, ensuring that knowledge could survive even when literacy or technology was lost. Oral traditions played a critical role as well. In societies where written language was limited or lost, trained elders, shamans, or priests maintained knowledge through ritualized storytelling. These narratives encoded astronomical cycles, seasonal patterns, sacred geometry, and consciousness practices, allowing societies to retain practical and spiritual knowledge across generations. Oral traditions were dynamic. They evolved, adapted to local circumstances, but retained the core principles of the ancient global network. Ritual and myth were inseparable. Many myths describe actions, gestures, or chants that mirror real-world practices. For instance, a legend describing a god walking across the sky may encode an observational technique for celestial tracking. Tales of giants moving massive stones may preserve knowledge of ancient construction methods, resonance, or energy application. These myths served as both narrative and practical guide, ensuring that knowledge was experienced as much as remembered. The recurrence of similar motifs across continents is particularly striking. Floods, serpents, spirals, celestial events, and cosmic battles appear in Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, Europe, and the Americas. The parallels cannot be dismissed as coincidence. They point to shared knowledge or a common source, perhaps remnants of the original global network that existed before cataclysmic events scattered civilizations. Even when separated by oceans or millennia, cultures retain echoes of the same truths, encoded in allegory and ritual. Myths also function as timekeeping devices. Many ancient stories incorporate celestial references, seasonal markers, and numerical cycles. These references allowed societies to track agricultural cycles, ceremonial timing, and astronomical events, even when precise instruments or written records were lost. The cyclical nature of myths, recounting creation, destruction, and renewal, mirrors the actual cycles of nature, the cosmos, and human civilization itself. In this way, storytelling was not merely symbolic. It was a functional tool for survival and continuity. Legends of giants, gods, and sky people are particularly intriguing. In multiple cultures, beings of extraordinary size, knowledge, and ability are described as builders, teachers, or keepers of wisdom. In many cases, these stories are paired with descriptions of monumental architecture, megalithic construction, or advanced tools. These myths may represent encoded memory of a lost civilization, preserved in narrative form to guide humanity after cataclysm. Survivors may have used these stories to transmit knowledge of technology, astronomy, and consciousness without revealing dangerous details directly. Myths also helped encode geographical knowledge. Tales of submerged cities, lost continents, or sacred mountains preserve memory of locations that were destroyed or hidden by rising seas, earthquakes, or volcanic activity. In India, Dwarka is described as a sunken city. In the Caribbean, legends speak of Atlantis-like lands. In Polynesia, oral histories recall islands swallowed by the ocean. These stories are more than legend. They are memory maps, preserving knowledge of places that were once hubs in the ancient global network. The allegorical nature of myths served a dual purpose. On one hand, it protected knowledge from misuse. Only initiates or those trained in interpretation could extract practical insights. On the other hand, it ensured cultural cohesion, embedding essential principles of energy, consciousness, and survival within engaging narratives. This duality allowed myths to function both as moral guidance and practical instruction, preserving the essence of the network in a form resilient to time and catastrophe. Furthermore, myths encode principles of consciousness and energy management. Stories of transformation, enlightenment, and communication with celestial beings often mirror real practices of meditation, vibration, sound, or ritual. By performing or internalizing these myths, participants were unknowingly interacting with principles of energy and consciousness, ensuring that critical knowledge remained alive even in the absence of formal teaching or technology. Ultimately, myths were living repositories of the global network, linking technology, architecture, ritual, consciousness, and survival knowledge across generations and continents. They are a testament to human ingenuity, the ability to preserve knowledge not just in stone or metal, but in memory, story, and imagination. By decoding these myths, modern researchers begin to uncover the continuity of knowledge that spans millennia, revealing a civilization far more interconnected, sophisticated, and resilient than conventional history acknowledges. The power of myths is that they survive when all else is lost. Floods, wars, fires, and cataclysms could destroy cities, libraries, and tools, but myths travel in human minds, carried from one generation to the next, adaptable yet faithful to their core purpose. They are evidence of an ancient strategy to safeguard knowledge, consciousness, and energy principles, ensuring that even after disruption, the global network could continue, albeit in fragmented form. In this light, every myth, legend, and sacred story is more than entertainment. It is a node in a vast, resilient system of knowledge, connecting humanity across time, geography, and consciousness. By studying them, we gain insight into how ancient civilizations survived, preserved, and transmitted wisdom that continues to resonate today, inviting us to rediscover the depth and sophistication of a world long thought lost. If myths and legends served as encoded memory systems, the next question becomes unavoidable. How did ancient civilizations manipulate energy, vibration, and resonance to maintain their global network and influence their environment? Because beyond artifacts, monuments, and oral traditions, there's mounting evidence that ancient societies were not merely passive observers of the cosmos. They were active participants, able to harness natural forces in ways that modern science is only beginning to understand. From the alignment of megaliths to the geometry of temples, from sound and vibration to celestial observation, energy was the invisible thread weaving together consciousness, architecture, and global connectivity. Consider the pyramids of Egypt. Scholars have long marveled at the precision of their construction, but there is more than engineering at play. The internal chambers, shafts, and passageways suggest deliberate acoustic and vibrational design, capable of influencing both the human body and the mind. Experiments in resonant frequencies within pyramid chambers show that specific tones can induce physical and psychological effects, enhancing meditation, focus, or altered states of consciousness. The pyramids may have been energy amplifiers, tuned to interact with both natural forces and human perception. Mesoamerican pyramids and temples offer a similar story. The Mayan and Aztec constructions often incorporated resonance through step platforms, plazas, and staircases that could amplify sound across vast distances. Ritual chants and instruments, used in conjunction with these structures, could generate vibrations affecting both participants and the surrounding environment. Such practices were not mere ceremonial theatrics. They represent an advanced understanding of energy, resonance, and human consciousness, deliberately harnessed to synchronize communities, coordinate activities, and maintain the continuity of knowledge. Sacred geometry, repeated across continents, further suggests that ancient civilizations understood the mathematics of energy flow. Shapes like circles, spirals, triangles, and the golden ratio are not purely aesthetic. They resonate with natural patterns of vibration, frequency, and energy. By incorporating these forms into monuments, temples, and art, civilizations encoded practical energy principles, ensuring that their architecture interacted harmoniously with the environment, celestial cycles, and human consciousness. Sound played an essential role in energy manipulation. Across cultures, chanting, drumming, and tonal instruments were used not only for ritual, but also to alter consciousness, synchronize group activity, and affect physical structures. In India, the resonant tones of mantras were believed to align the mind with cosmic vibration. In Africa and the Americas, drum rhythms guided collective focus, communication, and trance states. Modern studies confirm that sound can influence brainwaves, perception, and even structural vibration, hinting that ancient practitioners had discovered functional applications of resonance millennia before formal science. Water, too, was a medium of energy. Many ancient sites were built in relation to rivers, lakes, and springs, incorporating hydraulic engineering, fluid dynamics, and acoustic properties. Water flowing through channels or over stone structures may have been used to generate sound, vibration, or symbolic resonance. Sacred pools, fountains, and channels at temples were not merely decorative. They were integral to ritual, consciousness practices, and energy amplification. Celestial alignment amplified the energy of structures. Pyramids, ziggurats, and temples were oriented to solstices, equinoxes, star risings, and planetary cycles. These alignments were not coincidental. They allowed structures to interact with cosmic energy, synchronizing human activity with the rhythms of the universe. Observatories in India, Egypt, the Americas, and Europe demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of the movement of celestial bodies, allowing ancient civilizations to harness cycles of energy for agriculture, ritual, and long-term planning. Even material choice reflects energy awareness. Certain stones, metals, and minerals were selected not only for durability, but for their vibrational properties. Granite, limestone, copper, gold, and obsidian feature in sacred structures and ritual tools worldwide. Their selection and placement suggest deliberate attention to energy conduction, resonance, and symbolic power, integrating physical, spiritual, and cosmic principles into a cohesive system of energy management. The recurring motif of sacred geometry, resonance, and celestial alignment in both ancient structures and myths suggests that energy manipulation was a universal principle across civilizations. Despite vast distances, humans independently discovered similar methods to interact with natural forces, using consciousness as both instrument and amplifier. The global network of ancient knowledge was therefore not merely technological or architectural. It was energetic, conscious, and integrative, connecting human beings to each other, the environment, and the cosmos. Rituals, ceremonies, and initiations were central to this energetic network. By performing specific movements, chants, or meditations within specially designed spaces, practitioners could tune their consciousness to cosmic frequencies, access memory encoded in myth and architecture, and transmit knowledge across generations. This explains why sacred sites were often multifunctional. They were observatories, energy amplifiers, learning centers, and ceremonial hubs, all designed to sustain and propagate the global network of knowledge. Energy manipulation also likely enhanced the preservation of knowledge. Structures tuned to vibration and resonance may have amplified human memory, consciousness, and learning, allowing key principles to be internalized and transmitted orally, symbolically, or through ritualized practice. The network was thus resilient, capable of surviving cataclysm, displacement, and the passage of centuries, because knowledge was encoded in both matter and consciousness, not dependent on fragile written records alone. Even myths reflect these energy principles. Stories of divine beings, cosmic battles, or magical forces often mirror practices of resonance, vibration, and energy alignment. Allegorical narratives encode practical techniques for harnessing environmental and cosmic energies, translating advanced knowledge into accessible cultural memory. By performing these myths as ritual, communities could activate latent knowledge, preserving the network even when material infrastructure was destroyed. Finally, the integration of energy, consciousness, and global connectivity may explain anomalous archaeological phenomena, from perfectly cut stones to unexplainable alignments and constructions across continents. These were not random coincidences. They reflect intentional engineering of energy, consciousness, and resonance, demonstrating that ancient civilizations possess an understanding far beyond conventional timelines. The implications are profound. Energy was not an abstract concept for ancient civilizations. It was a practical, integrated principle linking technology, architecture, ritual, consciousness, and global connectivity. By harnessing vibration, resonance, and cosmic alignment, ancient societies maintained knowledge, coordinated activity, and transmitted wisdom across space and time. What modern science is only beginning to study systematically was, for ancient humans, a foundational principle of civilization. By recognizing the role of energy in the global network, we gain a new understanding of how ancient civilizations survived cataclysm, transmitted knowledge, and influenced subsequent cultures. Their mastery of vibration, resonance, and consciousness was not incidental. It was the engine of survival, innovation, and connection, enabling a network of wisdom to endure through millennia, leaving a legacy that continues to challenge, inspire, and fascinate us today. If ancient civilizations manipulated energy, resonance, and consciousness, the next pressing question arises: what evidence exists that they shared knowledge across continents, creating a coordinated network despite vast distances? Because when we examine artifacts, monuments, linguistic patterns, and cultural practices worldwide, the similarities are not random. They suggest that long before recorded history, humans were part of a global knowledge exchange, a system that transmitted ideas, technology, and wisdom across oceans, mountains, and deserts, linking civilizations in ways modern historians have only begun to acknowledge. Consider architectural similarities. Pyramids in Egypt, Mesoamerica, and Peru were constructed with astonishing precision, often aligned with cardinal points and celestial events. The materials, proportions, and geometric relationships are strikingly similar, despite the vast geographic separation. How could societies with no known contact independently develop nearly identical structures? One possibility is that knowledge survived through a shared network, passed down through survivors of earlier cataclysms who migrated, traded, or transmitted information orally or symbolically. Megalithic construction offers further clues. Across Europe, the Mediterranean, and the Americas, massive stones were quarried, transported, and fitted with exacting precision. Tools, levers, and labor method alone cannot explain the uniformity of engineering principles. Some researchers suggest that energy-based techniques, combined with inherited knowledge of geometry and vibration, may have allowed ancient engineers to replicate similar methods across continents. The global recurrence of such feats hints at a conscious effort to preserve and transmit specialized knowledge. Linguistic patterns also suggest a shared heritage. Root words, phonemes, and grammatical structures recur across languages separated by thousands of miles. Indo-European, Semitic, and Dravidian roots reveal connections that may reflect ancient communication networks or share linguistic ancestry. Similarly, symbolic systems, glyphs, pictograms, and sacred geometry appear worldwide, often encoding cosmology, mathematics, and ritual practice. These symbolic frameworks acted as universal tools for memory and instruction, allowing knowledge to cross cultural and geographic boundaries. Astronomical knowledge further supports the idea of a global network. The precise tracking of lunar cycles, solstices, equinoxes, and planetary movements appears in civilizations as distant as India, Egypt, Mesoamerica, and Polynesia. Calendars, observatories, and ritual timing suggest shared observational techniques and principles passed across generations and continents. The recurrence of similar alignments indicates deliberate knowledge transfer rather than coincidental development. Trade and migration were likely central mechanisms for this exchange. Ancient maritime routes connected continents, allowing goods, ideas, and practices to move far beyond their points of origin. Obsidian, gold, and copper traveled thousands of miles. Rituals, myths, and technological knowledge traveled alongside them. Survivors of cataclysmic events would have carried fragments of the global network, ensuring that critical knowledge continued to influence societies even after displacement. Religious and ritual practices also point to shared principles. Across continents, societies synchronized ceremonies with celestial events, used sound and vibration in ritual, and incorporated sacred geometry into temple and pyramid design. These practices were not isolated. They reflect a conscious system of knowledge preservation, allowing communities to encode, transmit, and apply information about energy, cosmology, and consciousness. Ritual function as both a social glue and an instructional platform, ensuring continuity across vast distances and generations. Artifacts reinforce this concept. Tools, ceremonial objects, and architectural devices reflect similar design principles worldwide. The Pyre Reis map demonstrates advanced cartography that could only result from accumulated, shared knowledge. The Antikythera mechanism illustrates complex astronomical computation preserved across centuries. Even megalithic blocks, precisely cut and aligned, indicate the use of specialized knowledge techniques and perhaps energy manipulation, shared among civilizations through indirect or direct contact. Oral traditions and myths also served as networking tools. Stories of floods, giants, celestial events, and divine beings contain encoded instructions, historical memory, and practical knowledge. They were designed to be adaptable, allowing isolated societies to retain fragments of global knowledge even when material infrastructure or technology was lost. Across continents, the recurrence of similar motifs suggests that myth and ritual were part of a sophisticated information network, capable of transmitting both practical and esoteric knowledge. Even geography provides evidence. Submerged cities, lost coastlines, and islands referenced in myths indicate that ancient humans navigated and mapped extensive territories. Knowledge of ocean currents, celestial navigation, and safe passages allowed societies separated by vast seas to maintain contact, trade, and knowledge exchange. This connectivity implies a level of global coordination previously thought impossible for ancient civilizations. Shared symbolic and architectural patterns also suggest that ancient civilizations operated under common principles of energy, resonance, and consciousness. Temples, pyramids, and sacred sites often follow similar geometric patterns, orientations, and proportional relationships. These principles were likely communicated across regions through trade, migration, or initiatory networks, creating a cohesive system of knowledge that transcended local culture and geography. Even agricultural and calendrical systems show evidence of connectivity. Sophisticated techniques for planting, irrigation, and crop rotation appear in multiple regions, often aligned with astronomical cycles. This shared understanding of natural rhythms and energy flow further suggests that knowledge was disseminated across continents, adapted locally, and preserved through ritual, observation, and oral tradition. The implication is staggering. What modern history interprets as isolated or independent development may in fact reflect the fragmented survival of a global network, disrupted by cataclysm but perpetuated through migration, trade, ritual, and symbolic encoding. Survivors of ancient civilizations were not merely rebuilding in isolation. They were actively reconstructing and maintaining a system of knowledge, transmitting it to successive generations and across continents. Ultimately, the evidence points to a world in which human societies were far more interconnected than conventional narratives allow. Architecture, ritual, mythology, trade, and technology were all part of a multilayered network, integrating energy, consciousness, and material knowledge. Even after disasters, this network persisted, guiding reconstruction, innovation, and cultural evolution. By tracing these patterns today, we begin to understand how ancient civilizations could maintain a global system of knowledge, a network that united distant peoples, encoded wisdom across continents, and shaped the trajectory of human history in ways we are only now beginning to comprehend. If evidence points to a shared global network of knowledge, then one of the most provocative questions emerges. Why was this network lost, fragmented, or deliberately hidden from subsequent generations? Because while the remnants of ancient civilizations hint at astonishing sophistication, there are conspicuous gaps in our historical and archaeological record. Cataclysms, deliberate destruction, societal collapse, and the slow erosion of memory all played a role, but there are also indications that parts of this knowledge may have been concealed or protected, preserved by survivors for purposes we are only beginning to understand. Consider cataclysmic events first. Geological, climatic, and astronomical evidence suggests that ancient civilizations were periodically devastated by floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and other natural disasters. These events obliterated cities, erased infrastructure, and scattered populations. Knowledge encoded in architecture, tools, and records was destroyed, leaving only fragments behind. Yet these fragments, often preserved in myths, rituals, and symbolic structures, indicate that survivors intentionally safeguarded the core principles of their civilization, ensuring continuity even in the aftermath of catastrophe. Deliberate concealment is another compelling factor. Across cultures, sacred knowledge was often restricted to initiates, priests, or rulers. In Egypt, hieroglyphs encoded complex astronomical, mathematical, and energetic information in ways accessible only to trained scribes. In India, Vedic and Tantric texts concealed powerful techniques within allegory and symbolism. In the Americas, esoteric teachings were passed orally through carefully structured rituals. This pattern suggests that ancient societies deliberately restricted access to knowledge, perhaps to prevent misuse, maintain social cohesion, or preserve the integrity of the network. Societal collapse also played a role in fragmenting knowledge. When empires fell, populations migrated, and trade networks disintegrated, the transmission of information became inconsistent. Yet even in the face of collapse, knowledge persisted, encoded in myths, rituals, and architecture. Temples, pyramids, and ceremonial centers became repositories of wisdom, allowing succeeding generations to rediscover fragments of the network, even if the original context had been lost. Political and religious factors further influence the concealment of knowledge. Powerful rulers or priesthoods may have controlled access to advanced technology, astronomical knowledge, or energy manipulation techniques to maintain authority. By restricting understanding to a select few, they ensure that the general populace remain dependent on elite guidance, while a broader knowledge network remained partially intact but inaccessible. This pattern may explain the gaps and inconsistencies in historical and archaeological records. Knowledge existed, but it was intentionally obscured. Oral tradition was a safeguard against complete loss. Even when texts were destroyed, stories, chants, and ritual practices preserved essential principles. These practices were deliberately encoded in symbolic form, ensuring that critical knowledge survived through memory, ceremony, and embodied experience, even if the material evidence was lost. Across continents, the persistence of myths, ceremonial patterns, and symbolic motifs suggests that survivors were protecting the network through indirect means, passing wisdom from one generation to the next. The selective preservation of knowledge may also explain why certain technologies and insights appear suddenly in later civilizations. The Antikythera mechanism, precise architectural techniques, and advanced metallurgical practices may have been rediscovered after centuries of concealment or partial loss. This pattern indicates a cyclical process of preservation, fragmentation, and rediscovery, rather than a linear progression from primitive to advanced technology. Global catastrophes also played a role in obscuring knowledge. Rising seas, shifting continents, and changing climates destroyed ancient cities and trade hubs, erasing records of sophisticated societies. Yet survivors often migrated, carrying fragments of knowledge to distant lands. These migrations explain the striking parallels in architecture, ritual, symbolism, and astronomy across continents. What appears as independent invention may instead be the reassembly of a network disrupted by cataclysm, reconstructed in localized forms over centuries. Myths, rituals, and symbolic encoding acted as security measures. By embedding critical knowledge in story, allegory, and ceremonial practice, ancient civilizations ensured that only those trained in interpretation could access the full meaning. Flood myths, serpent symbols, and cosmic narratives encoded both historical memory and practical principles of energy, architecture, and cosmology. This encoded knowledge allowed the global network to survive hidden, ready to be rediscovered when conditions permitted. Even architecture may have served as a protective archive. Pyramids, temples, and megalithic structures encoded geometry, astronomical alignment, and resonance principles. While some of these structures were functional for ritual or observation, many also acted as memory devices, preserving knowledge in stone. By combining form, orientation, and symbolic design, ancient architects created enduring repositories that could withstand time, catastrophe, and societal disruption. The implications of intentional concealment are staggering. If knowledge was hidden, fragmented, and selectively transmitted, then modern humanity is only beginning to access a fraction of what our ancestors once understood. The gaps in our historical record are not evidence of primitive minds. They are evidence of deliberate protection, survival strategy, and resilience. Ancient civilizations may have been far more advanced than commonly acknowledged, with networks of knowledge spanning continents, integrating energy, consciousness, technology, and culture. Even language and oral tradition reflect intentional preservation. Sacred word, chants, and mnemonic devices encoded principles of astronomy, energy, and consciousness, allowing societies to maintain continuity despite upheaval. By preserving knowledge in performative, symbolic, and ceremonial forms, ancient civilizations ensured that wisdom could survive cataclysm, political disruption, and environmental change. Ultimately, the loss, concealment, and fragmentation of the global network were not random. They were part of a strategy of survival. Knowledge survived because it was encoded in multiple layers: architecture, ritual, myth, symbol, language, and consciousness. Even when physical structures or texts were destroyed, the network endured in hidden forms, waiting to be decoded by future generations capable of recognizing its patterns. This perspective transforms how we interpret ancient history. Instead of seeing civilizations as isolated, primitive, or linear in development, we begin to recognize a resilient, adaptive global network, capable of preserving wisdom through catastrophe, migration, and time. It suggests that humanity's potential for rediscovery is immense, and that the advanced knowledge of our ancestors may still guide us, if we are willing to decode the subtle hidden signals left behind across continents and millennia. By understanding why knowledge was lost or hidden, we gain insight not only into the past, but also into the strategies and intelligence of ancient civilizations. Their ability to survive, adapt, and transmit wisdom under the harshest conditions is a testament to human ingenuity. The gaps in our history are not failures. They are evidence of a network designed to endure, a network whose remnants are still visible in monuments, myths, rituals, and the very structures of consciousness itself. As we reach the end of this journey, one question remains. What does it mean if ancient civilizations were part of a single global network? For centuries, we have been taught to view history as a linear progression of isolated societies, but the evidence suggests something far more extraordinary, a world connected through knowledge, ritual, technology, and consciousness. From pyramids aligned to the stars, to myths encoding cosmic cycles, to artifacts that defy conventional timelines, humanity's ancestors demonstrated sophistication, foresight, and ingenuity that still astonishes us today. Much of this network was lost, hidden, or fragmented, yet its echoes survive in monuments, stories, symbols, and practices. Trade, migration, and oral tradition preserved knowledge across continents, while energy, resonance, and ritual amplified it, linking civilizations in ways modern science is only beginning to understand. This is more than history. It is a reminder of human potential. By studying these remnants, we reconnect with a legacy of innovation, consciousness, and resilience. The ancient global network challenges our assumptions, inspires wonder, and invites us to awaken to what humanity is truly capable of. The past, it seems, is not dead. It lives within us, waiting to be rediscovered.